Hello and welcome to Testing Grounds. I'm Crit. I'm here tonight commentating with German, and this is the bi-weekly tournament. Semi-weekly? Which one's every other week? Semi-weekly, right? Yeah, sure. We'll go with that for Inkling Performance Labs. So we're going to be starting off right away, pretty much going into our first match. We have a Destiny Troop versus Deadlock. German, what can you tell me about these teams?
Yes, I am familiar with both teams. Popgun is like really known so well in the community. And who else? So Deadlock, I only know Fusion and Halo mostly in that roster. Deadlock.
Yeah, awesome. Absolutely. Popgun, I'm very excited to see play. And Destiny Troop, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that they're a team that plays quite a bit during Low Ink, which is kind of the largest tournament run here at Inkling Performance Labs.
Yeah, it's like a lot of teams like that's around like the Div 4. It's like a lot of teams are participating in Low Ink, and Destiny Troops are like one of the tough teams you will be facing against in this level.
Absolutely. So it looks like our first stage that we're going to be going into is going to be Rainmaker on Starfish main stage, and I absolutely love this map. But before we can even start talking about it, it looks like the game is about to begin right now. So let's check out these comps here.
I'm excited for both of these teams to go on.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the kind of map that can end real fast.
Ooh, ballpoint. I see.
All right. Yeah, you love to see the ballpoint.
I do.
Yeah, that's coming out on the side of Deadlock, and that's actually kind of an interesting comp. They have the ballpoint and the Sploosh 7, which is another weapon that you don't see all that much. And wow, right away!
Destiny Troop taking that Rainmaker all the way to their court. Oh my, that's like a big of a lead though. But
yeah, I mean, already a push to 45, less than 30 seconds into the game. I mean, this is going to be exciting.
I agree. Yeah, like this is going to be one good of a matchup right here. Like, and there's the hammer with Halo, gets it with I'm sorry if I pronounce the names wrong, but holy, like Sploosh 7's like I would say could be used of like in Rainmaker, but you see it from one there. But.
Right. Sploosh 7 is the weapon you play when your main is the hammer.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I mean that thing builds special in 10 seconds flat. Oh wow, we see sharking on the wall. They just go straight down. So I see something else I really like here, and that is on the side of Deadlock. We have the Dark Tetras coming out. I'm excited to see what happens with those. Oh, and just as I say that, the full wipe on the side of Dark Tetras. It looks like this push. I'm sorry, on the side of Deadlock. It looks like this push is not over just yet.
Yeah, seems that they're trying to like hold that defense really well. Like they're not letting Destiny Troops knock this one out. Like they're holding it in for there.
Not yet anyway, but Destiny Troop is not an easy team to face off against, as you had said earlier. So it looks like Deadlock is going to go ahead and let the Rainmaker reset. Probably a smart move. This could be their opportunity to get points on the board, but just like that, they go 3 down already. And once again, Destiny Troops picks up the Rainmaker. They're going to go for a second push, or really a third push already.
Yeah, Deadlock has like a little bit of a lack of positioning where they want to defend, and there's like always from them on their side 2 like down situation, and then it's kind of hard for them to like defend, and then there's like 4 of them alive.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's something that can be really difficult on Rainmaker especially, is when 2 of your teammates go down, you don't have the luxury of being able to take a step back and regroup, because by the time you've done that, your opponents could have already dunked the Rainmaker. You know, this is a mode that's so fast, the pressure's always on, and it is so hard to come back from these mistakes. So we see now Destiny Troop going 3 down. Again, looks like this could be Deadlock's chance once more to get a push started, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, like I see Nathan with the 96. He's trying to just like try to hide, get a hold position there, and it seems that Deadlock has already 2 down. So it seems Destiny Troops has their advantage to like, you know, just lead, like I guess you could say, to defend from, like, you know, they're not letting Deadlock get that push there.
Not at all. Not at all. We have Zoink staying up front and sharking to kind of make sure that they're going to stay in a good position. Right now, we have one down on the side of Destiny Troop, and Deadlock is up completely. Can they? And of course, as soon as I say that, Commentators curse, Deadlock goes 2 down. We do have a special on that ballpoint splatling, but not going to be able to make use of it. This could be game right here. Now the Destiny Troop is back with all 4 members, making a big push.
Yeah, Deadlock has having a trouble situation. Yeah, the Destiny Troops are gonna knock that out, and that will have to be game. So that game goes to Destiny Troops, and we will be going to game 2 of round 1.
Yeah, and I think it's important to mention here that during the Swiss rounds, this is going to be a play all 3. So regardless of, you know, even if one team wins the first 2, they're going to take the set, but we're still going to play the 3rd game. So we get the maximum amount of Splatoon here. And oh my goodness, look at the KAs here. We see Zoink with a full 20 splats on that K Pro. I mean, that is... what a dominant performance. You know, it seemed like that whole game, Deadlock, while they were able to stop some of the pushes, which was impressive on its own, Destiny Troop kept the pressure on so hard that they just weren't able to bring back and make a big push of their own. You know, they didn't get to bring the Rainmaker below 100 points.
Yeah, and I feel like Deadlock had a little bit of trouble where they could like start making a push, and I think that's a problem where they were positioning and they were kind of struggling it, and but they, at least from their perspective, they were able to like defend a whole of it from Destiny Troops getting that push there though.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to see if this dominance could persists into Game 2 as we go into Splat Zones on Piranha Pit. And this is a map that I really like. What do you think of this?
Well, honestly, like, I feel like if there's going to be, like, maybe if there's going to be, like, a custom jet or something, like a backline, that's something that I kind of see in this map and mode. But you can also see tents here too as well. But this could go either way, what comps they could, like, you know, run with. So I'm
absolutely
excited to see it.
It's an interesting map and a really unique map because that center sort of hallway there, you can defend it and you can do a really good job of keeping the teams, your opponents, out once you've taken one of those zones. But there are so many flanks here and so many different alleys to come from that splitting up can almost be a good idea at times here. So it looks like we're going to get right into this Splat Zones on Piranha Pit. Now, I got to be honest with you, I'm really hoping we see that ballpoint come out again. That was a really interesting choice there.
Really, it was, yeah, and they were able to like defend that. And he brought out the remix this time. All right.
Yeah, all right. I like seeing that. I mean, I'm a big fan of the heavy remix, and it's, you know, the splatling that we definitely have been seeing the most of in the current meta. So we'll see how this pans out. Now, they're still running those dark catchers, which I think is a fantastic pick here. So right away, one member of Destiny Troop goes down, that Neo Splashomatic, which also, you know, that Splashomatic is a good pick here. I think that Suction Bomb Rush, I mean, you can take a zone in 1 second flat with that main weapon, never mind with the Suction Bomb Rush.
Yeah, and it seems that also both teams have Vanilla Jr. on each side, so it's gonna be all for that armor spam and like all of it.
Hey, it is an Ink Armor meta, right?
So we
see Tofu making a good flank, making really good use of those fizzy bombs for mobility and just for controlling space. You know, that's an interesting weapon because it has a way of just kind of locking teams out of specific areas. You can control so much space so fast. And again, Tofu's still not going down, just playing absolutely out of their mind right now. We'd love to see this.
Yeah, even playing like that K machine there, like he's getting picks with that fight, like with the K machine. Like he really wants to get a pick fight, so he will, like, you know, there'll be a distraction from their side. So
Absolutely.
he's doing really well with it too.
I mean, dominating the KA right now with already 8 KA, less than 2 minutes into this game, nearly a minute and a half into this game. That is really impressive.
Yeah, and it seems though both teams, they're like really just fighting over the zone, and it seems that Deadlock's going down with 3 and
jumping out. So this is, I think, the first time in this match that we've seen a really solid control of the zone. It's been very back and forth, but now for the first time, I mean, we see Destiny Troop pushing down to 50, and it looks like it's not stopping anytime soon. And of course, there we see the Splash-O-Matic making really good use of that suction bomb rush, just like we had talked about, and just doing a fantastic job of keeping that zone painted.
Yeah. Destiny Troops are really holding up from that zone, defending it. Make sure that Deadlock doesn't get it. Watching those flanks, they're absolutely doing a great job on their side.
Yeah, so Deadlock is going to go ahead and get the zone for just a second and get that penalty on the board. Let's see if they can start ticking down their points here. That Booyah Bomb was a really nice sort of comeback there to recap the zone for themselves, but it looks like they're being pushed out again.
A big fight right here between both teams, like trying to get the zone. Like we'll see. Have to do with all these points. Like there's gonna be a lot. So it seems that Destiny Troops are going down too, and it seems Deadlock gets the zone with that penalty they got, and Tatsu with the Tetris. Oh boy, goes down with the Ray.
Goes down, but not before being a really fantastic distraction. I mean, definitely a help to the team, but it looks like they aren't able to hold the zones for too long here. We do see that the junior there has armor at the ready. I was thinking the Heavy Remix might be able to fill up that Booyah Bomb and they could push back in, but the Heavy Remix does go down. And now we see Deadlock 2 down, and it looks like the reverse of the situation we saw just a few seconds ago.
Yeah, Destiny Troops are really just not like, they're just really holding up just to get the zone back from when they had that zone. Like, they're gonna keep going with it. And it seems that Destiny Troops had 2 down, so Deadlock got the zone back. This situation could be a little bit. How are you seeing this right now with this matchup here? Like, this is really exciting to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Deadlock, I think, has objectively a fantastic comp for this map and mode, right? That roller that is just doing such a good job of keeping the other team distracted, paired with like the Booyah Bomb and Splashdown, which can both single-handedly take the zone. I think it's just a matter of them really getting organized, and we do see them doing that. Now they've taken the zone and gotten down to 37 points. And just like that, as Destiny Troop is trying to pull it back, they take the zone one more time. They're just a few seconds away from taking the lead here, and Destiny Troop, it looks like, is desperately trying to cap the zone.
Yeah, Deadlock not pulling up a chance. Oh, this could be it.
There's the lead.
There it goes. And it seems that match will go to Deadlock. So we're 1-1 now for both teams, Destiny Troops versus Deadlock.
Yeah, that was absolutely fantastic. I mean, with Destiny Troop getting that first push down to, sub 30, it looked like the game was over. I mean, to see Deadlock come in and take that zone and be able to pull it out in overtime was just so incredible.
Oh yeah. Yeah, both teams absolutely did amazing from that match. Yes, the Flings the roller just really just like their roller was like holding it up right there. They were not trying to hold back from. They just want to keep that zone and see if they were able to keep obtaining it from not getting a penalty right there.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There was one moment I noticed that we saw Halo with that roller really push up and get. It was either a double or a triple, and felt like the turning point where they took control of the zone really hard for the first time. And sometimes it just that one team wipe is enough to do it, right? If you can manage to get organized enough to start defending the zone after a single team wipe, I mean, that can win you the game, just like we just saw.
Right, yeah, I agree. Like, yeah, Halo's roller really saved up that. I've seen that he made that double right there when he was going after those two that were right there, right by the side, not holding back. The other two, like the rest of his team, were just able to get that zone back from Destiny troops.
Absolutely, we really saw a lot of organization in that moment, and let's hope we see more of that moving forward. So it looks like our next map and mode combo here is going to be Clam Blitz on Wahoo World. What do we think of this, German?
Oh boy, it could go like either way. Like I see, like there could be some comebacks on this map in mode in general. Like this could be like they could hold up like a brush, like an ink brush or something, to like be the most like distraction if we ever see a brush on here. And
absolutely,
this could go either way from like all of this of a matchup right here. Like I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, I am too. Clam Blitz on Wahoo World is kind of a strange combination when you have. I mean, this is a map that changes shape so much that it can be tough to predict exactly where your opponent's going to come from, and we can see a lot of cheeky pushes here. You know?
Yeah, I would say that. Yeah, they have a lot of like. This map is like, I would say, open for like where you could go. Like,
yeah, 100%, absolutely.
Oh, and now we see Fusion on the Nautilus, and who's that on the Hydra?
That's Popgun. Going out the Hydra. Let's go. All right.
Yo, Popgun using the Hydra. This is the first time I think I've seen Popgun actually trying to play like a backline weapon.
Let's go. All right, I'm very excited to see this. And right away, Popgun taking out Fusion. Okay, we have a Splatling battle to begin the match. I mean, Hydra's not the weapon I expected to see on Clam Blitz right now.
Oh no, you don't really see it as much of often, but this...
It seems to be working out as Destiny Troops is already pushing up with 15 clams. It looks like they're in a good position to start making a push here.
Absolutely. And now we see that Nathan, the rest of the Deadlock, they're trying to hold it, not let Destiny Troops score the basket, able to like defend it. They have they go 2 down now, so
wow, doing a really great job. Look at that, the splat just as he was jumping to throw that football. I mean, that's fantastic.
Right, yeah. And it seems that though Nathan's really did well job to at least defend from, Destiny Troops scoring from their basket.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that looked like, right away when the game started, Popgun started taking out, getting some picks. The whole team started getting some picks. It looked like they were going to make a big push, and Deadlock was able to just shut that down. I mean, if we see that kind of defense throughout this whole game, this is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, both teams, a lot is like, this could go either way. This is like all of like trades going on. Get pushes and then shutdowns. Like this is like a trades right here.
Yeah, absolutely. So we see Deadlock now 1 down, and it looks like, wow, right away with the 3 power clan push. That was fast.
And Tofu gets the pick on that. Oh my! And it seems that Destiny Troops had a really big push right there, throwing at least. Maybe, was it 2 power clams?
There was 3 power clams. They got down to 40 immediately, and then they were able to get 1 more regular clam in there. But, I mean, just as we were talking about how good of a job Deadlock was doing at keeping that defense, they were organizing a hell of a push there with the 3 power clams all coming in almost simultaneously. And right away, like, as soon as we say that, they already have another power clam ready to go. I mean, they are just not letting up on their offense, and that's a really good strategy here in Clam Blitz. If your opponents never have time to stop defending their basket, then they can't make a solid push.
Seems that both sides, though, I would say that Destiny Troops have, everyone has like close to like 20. Okay, it seems Deadlock goes down, so could be a chance for Destiny Troops to knock this out. So we'll see how things go. Oh my lord, Popgun, the miss, but at least he's still able to get that in. And that's another wipe.
Wow, push down to 4.
This could be it.
Wow.
And 1 right there. That game goes to Destiny Troops. 2-1. Wow.
Yeah.
Britt, what do you think of that match right there?
I mean, that was just phenomenal. You know, we saw Destiny Troops there really just pull out this never-ending offense, and you know, there's only so much that you can do to counter something like that, which is so surprising to see when you look at their comp. We had Popgun on the Hydra, you know, a very defensive, an ink armor weapon. I mean, it's not the type of playstyle that you would expect to see, but just playing that Hydra like a Slayer and going in and really taking so many points. That was just a phenomenal match.
Right, like Popgun really like being aggressive with that Hydra, and I could really see it from him, like trying to be really aggressive with that Hydra. Like he was really to his position right there, like, and getting that pick at the first round when he took down Fusion with the knot. It's like the most surprising thing, like Popgun would ever pull out is the Hydra in this map.
Yeah, absolutely. The last thing I expected to see, and yet it was just perfect.
Right. Yeah.
You know, but even so, up till the last second, I mean, after seeing the performance that Deadlock had during that game of Splat Zones, making that huge comeback, I would not have been surprised to see that happen again.
Yeah, but you know, like I always say, good job to both teams though. Like every Deadlock had an amazing match from Splat Zone's Piranha. That was a really good of a hold when they were able to get that zone back, and it was just phenomenal to at least get that zone back. And from Destiny Troops too, they were still able to hold up, especially on Rainmaker Starfish. They still want to get that push and knock that out.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, right away we see our first round going into Game 3. I think we're going to see a lot more of that tonight. This is, you know, if the tournaments that IPL is known to run are any indication, this is going to be a very exciting evening tonight.
Absolutely, yeah. This tournament so far, like I've already had I've seen 2 good matches there. Thank you from Destiny Troops and Deadlock for making it a really well of a first round.
Yeah, absolutely. So one thing that I do want to talk about a little bit, and something that we saw during that set every single game, was Deadlock pulled out the Dark Tetra Dualies, and that's a weapon that until fairly recently you really didn't see, and now all of a sudden we're starting to see it quite a bit. I mean, what are your thoughts on that weapon and how it's starting to fit into the meta?
For Dark Tetras, I think it's like you could really get a pick of a fight if you know how to handle Tetras really well.
Mm-hmm.
Mainly, I would see a Tetras would literally be alone up front and just like, you know, maybe flank too. I think it's just really aggressive if you just like dodge roll to like in front of their faces to the enemy team and like, you know, getting the picks of those fights, and then they're on to you.
Absolutely, and we saw that a little bit in Game 2 when that Tetra player was just moving up so far and using those dodge rolls, or really those dodge slides, to kind of just be a complete nuisance to the opposing team, which is what you want to do when you're playing that weapon. You know, it fits into this role of not quite the best Slayer, but a fantastic weapon at being a distraction enough for your team to come behind you and push the objective so hard. And that's something that we saw absolutely in Game 2 when Deadlock took that Splat Zones.
Yeah, absolutely, though. Like, I think Tetras, like, in general, is, like, a weapon that you really want to, like, get picks of fights, and then there's, like, at least maybe 3 of the enemy team looking at those Tetras and then trying to just get them, because, you know, how their annoyance they could be to deal with the Tetras.
Yeah, absolutely, and of course you can't forget about you know, the prospect of jumping in and doing that super jump splashdown that we love to see so much.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
So it looks like the last games of round 1 are wrapping up here. Let's take a look at the score. Wow, we have actually quite a bit of 3-0s coming in round 1.
Yeah, we see a lot of it too.
Yeah, almost more than half the games. Arctic Moon taking the 3-0 over Inkstrike Inklings, Helix taking the 3-0 over Coral Gamers, Resistance taking the 3-0 over Xylo. I mean, that is surprising to see.
Yeah. And let's see, who else do we got for 3-0? We got Hysteria winning against Dream Knights, then Midnight, which I'm really familiar with Midnight, winning against 3-0 against was Bread Gang. There you go. And this is a really good matchup with Persistence versus Vento. And it seems that Persistence win a 3-0 Dirt. Versus, oh my god, if it's like this Japanese name, I do not know how to pronounce that name. but yeah, it seems that Dirt was able to win that with a 3-0. Oh my! So West Broadway Grillers versus Wisteria. It seems that Wisteria took the 3-0 with that, and wow, this is like a 3-0 kind of matchup on the first round so far.
Yeah. And I'm just seeing that as well. I got to say, I'm actually very surprised to see West Broadway Grillers in that position. They are a very dominant team.
I agree. Yeah, I know West Broadway Grillers really well, and I think they have that potential, to like be a really strong team. Like I can see it from their side. Like I could see it.
Yeah, absolutely. So our bracket is getting set up now for round 2, and let's see what we have. We have some really interesting matchups coming in. We're gonna have Krakens against Wisteria. I'm excited to see how that comes out. Splat or Swim going up against Xylo, and Tsukuyomi going up against Inky Go Go's. Tsukuyomi is, of course, a team that we saw Wednesday night at Swimmer Sync that really had a phenomenal performance.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this looks like a good set for round 2 as well. Like we'll see how every single matches will go. Guess we're just waiting on. We're gonna commentate for this match.
Yeah. Momentarily, we should see which match we're going to be commentating on for round 2. And I mean, if it's anything like round 1, I'm ready for it.
Yeah, I'll just be, when they're ready. Okay, I think they have it.
So let's see. Right away, we can take a look. We have our map list here. So it looks like round 2, we're going to be starting off on Tower Control on Schellendorf, Rainmaker on Manta Maria, and then finishing it off with Splat Zones on Anchovy Games. All really fantastic maps, and I'm excited to finally see Tower Control, a mode that we weren't able to see in the first round.
Yeah.
Especially on Schellendorf, it's such an interesting map for that. It's such a backline friendly map. Maybe we'll be able to see another Hydra come out.
Yeah. And it seems now we actually got a match up here. It's the match we are going to be commentating is Inkstrike Inklings versus Bread Gang.
Love it. I two teams I admittedly am not familiar with, but boy do I love the name Bread Gang.
Yeah, I am pretty sure I'm familiar with Bread Gang. I know some of the members there, but I'm not really familiar with Inkstrike Inklings for sure. I don't know any of them in that roster. But we'll see how it goes between with those two teams. I think a Bread Gang has a little bit of potential from what I remembered, and it's been a while since I've seen them around in this competitive scene. So it'll be pretty exciting to see both teams go out for this round.
Yeah, absolutely. And while we have a moment here waiting for this next match to start, I do want to remind everyone that October 24th, starting at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, is going to be Low Ink October, a fantastic tournament. That's a monthly tournament that we run here at Inkling Performance Labs, kind of geared towards some of the lower level teams. So it's where you get to see a lot of up and comers, a lot of teams that are just getting into the scene, or even teams that have been into the scene for a while and are really starting to climb the ladder. It's so exciting. I mean, Low Ink September was like just an absolute experience to be able to spectate.
Honestly, yeah, Low Ink is gonna be probably one of the most hyped ones on the tournament for sure. Like last month, I did participate Low Ink last month, and it was pretty exciting to like go up against the really tough teams that we are probably not familiar with. So
yeah, absolutely. It's a great way to see some new teams, possibly some teams that you might not recognize from a lot of bigger tournaments. And these are teams that are going to be coming into a lot of those bigger tournaments as well. We saw, I believe last Low Ink, Xanadu took the win. And I mean, that grand finals was just absolutely incredible. And Xanadu now, of course, is a team that we see a lot in a lot of other. I have someone in our Twitch chat pinging me saying we got a crew up for Low Ink. Jay, yeah, we do got a crew up for Low Ink. I'm in.
Exciting though. But yeah, that was a good matchup though, and I believe it was Xanadu versus Last Chance.
That's right.
Oh boy, yeah. That was a good matchup from last month when I saw it. It was an amazing match on the grand finals.
Yeah, and that's something that is Low Ink is no stranger to fantastic grand final matches. So for everyone watching here, make sure that you tune into that. Again, that's going to be October 24th is when it starts. It's a 2-day tournament, and it's going to start at 1 p.m. Eastern time.
Yep, and hopefully we get to see probably some like new faces around on Low Ink, and then of course some more familiar faces that we probably haven't seen around in a while, or of course most recognizable teams for sure. Like this will be really exciting for Low this month.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. Do we know when our sign-up's gonna end for Low Ink?
I think it ends. I think when it starts, so an hour maybe.
Okay. Oh, fantastic. So you have quite a bit of time to sign up. But of course, the best thing that you can do if you're a competitive player in Splatoon and you appreciate all of the phenomenal people that put on these tournaments, the phenomenal tournament organizers, the streamers, the commentators, everyone, if you appreciate these people and want to support these people and help these tournaments keep going, the best thing you can do is sign up for these tournaments early, because no one likes registering 400 players 3 hours before a tournament begins.
Absolutely, yeah. Like you really like to see some of the all these teams trying to participate in the Inkling Performance Lab tournaments. Like you really like to see it, like Swimmer Sync, Testing Grounds, and then for the lower teams on Low Ink, like you really like to see some of these teams come in and then just participate and see how well they can perform with their skills.
Oh, absolutely. And, a few of these tournament series, such as Testing Grounds here and even Swimmer Sync, are fairly new. And, to already see some really fantastic teams, some really big names in the Splatoon scene coming in and playing these tournaments weekly and semi-weekly. I mean, it's such a big push for the Splatoon community that now, rather than having to wait 2 or 3 months in between major tournaments, when you can see teams like Sayonara, Starburst, West Broadway Grillers, all these awesome teams be streamed. I mean, you can see these teams play weekly, sometimes twice a week. I mean, we had a fantastic tournament just 2 nights ago, this Wednesday night, where we had some really big names, and now not 2 days later, again, we have some amazing teams coming to play for Testing Grounds.
Absolutely, yeah. Like half of these teams that we know for sure are participating in this tournament, and they want to compete. Say how they want to perform with their own skill, and just go all in for their that's all for theirs. They want to know, see if they get well known to be in the community and be able to participate in this tournaments.
Absolutely. The nice thing about the Splatoon community, while it's not the largest community in the world, it is a group of people that are so passionate about this game. And, to have Inkling Performance Labs now come and putting on series where we get more opportunities for these players to play and more exposure for more people to come into the scene is just fantastic. So it looks like we have some players starting to come into the lobby now. As I said, our first match is going to be Tower Control on Schellendorf Institute. So German, what do we think about Schellendorf Tower Control?
I would say for this map and mode, this is going to be like really big, like get the fight at the beginning. Everyone's going to fight off and then start off on tower. I think whoever gets tower first, they will be able to at least defend with that tower on the enemy's team glass.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of those maps where playing offense is very difficult. That corner that you have to turn just as you get to the first checkpoint is like such a choke point, and there are so many, high ground vantage points to defend from that I wouldn't be surprised if we see both teams, stay at pretty high point counts until very late in the match. It's definitely not uncommon here to see teams go back and forth making pushes down to, 85.
Yeah, all the teams though, we'll just have to see how can this be played. Like everyone's gonna be really on near the tower and defending the person that's on the tower. And then whoever is defending, they gotta find out how they will able to let them stop getting on that tower. This is a really hard map that you could deal with. That when it's situations to where you could find positions where you want to defend. For my sake, I think it's hard.
Oh, it absolutely is. It absolutely is. This is one of those maps that's difficult for both teams involved all the time. But you know what? That makes for a fantastic match to spectate. You got to be honest, right?
Right. Yeah. For all these teams going out and just focus more of grouping up and just getting to right on that tower and getting through those checkpoints too.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see what kind of comps are going to come out for this. A backline sort of centric comp tends to work really well on Schellendorf, but you never know. I mean, being not too familiar with either of these teams, I think we could see just about anything.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, you could really see what they run, but I do hope to see if they maybe run Key Machine though. For preference of it, I think it's good to at least take over control on their left side if you're able to take down that tower, able to ride the tower, whoever's on it, and then you take over it and throw the fizzies at their glass, whoever's out there.
Absolutely. That is a phenomenal tool for this. So right away we see a Splat Charger coming out, and we see an E-Leader coming out. Okay, that's fantastic.
You don't really see E-Leader on this map, especially on Tower Control Schellendorf.
Yeah, and that's coming out on the side of Inkstrike Inklings. It looks like Hayden is playing that E-Leader. I'm very excited to see how this goes. While of course our backline around Bread Gang is opting for that Splat Charger.
Absolutely, yeah, and as soon as I called it too, they from the side, I think that's Bread Gang, right? No, Inkstrike, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so we got Bread Gang in yellow here.
All right, yeah, it seems that I did call that. They do have a K Machine from the side of Inkstrike. We'll have to see from that matchup. I do want to see how this could run up with K Machine. This runs really well with it on this map.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow. Okay, so right away we got to push down to 51. So much for maybe seeing pushes to 85 over and over. Bread Gang, just look at these KAs that they're racking up already. That K shot with the 6 KA. They have the K Pro there. It's a little bit more of a range-centric comp that we see coming out from Inkstrike. They don't really have a true frontline slayer with that that K-Pro and the K-Machine. But, range is something that is very good to have on a map like this. Wow, just barely not getting the knockout. As soon as the game starts, the push down to 4 points, and it is not over.
Yeah, seems that though Inkstrike is not trying to really just defend from Bread Game to not not knock out this whole matchup right here. So it seems that they were able to not let Bread Game knock it out. So this could go either way. And from side of that, as soon as I was about to say they had 3 specials, their E-leader goes down.
You hate to see that.
Yeah, and they had 3 of their specials ready up and waiting for their other member to come back too.
Yeah, they still do have that Booyah Bomb primed and ready on the K-Pro. That can be a really fantastic tool. Just a good get off the tower tool here on this mode.
Absolutely, yeah. K-Pro is a really good weapon, I would say, for tower control. You got that range, and it got bits of damage to at least finish off on the enemy team to whoever is on that tower. I believe that this could go with either way from both sides. Both of them have K-Pros. This would be a good matchup here.
Yeah, so we're seeing now Inkstrike making a really good push, and oh my goodness, what a fantastic performance from that E-leader. I mean, really making some picks. Of course, they're down now, but they, just doing a fantastic job and pushing all the way up to 21, now down 17. I mean, after seeing such a dominant push come out from Bread Gang at the beginning, you almost expect the game to be very one-sided. And just like that, we have the tower back almost to in the favor of Inkstrike. But we're in a position now where the only way that Inkstrike is going to take the lead, for all intents and purposes, is if they get the knockout.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and let's see. Inkstrike was able to at least get that push, but still not enough. But let's see. Bread Gang's still able to stop from that push from Inkstrike. So it seems that this match won't be done just yet.
Yeah, and we're seeing something very interesting happening here. Now, a lot of teams you would think would want to keep the pressure on. To make sure that tower stays as far away from the goal as possible. But Bread Gang is really just kind of setting up shop on that glass and trying to play an extremely defensive game. It looks like they're more interested in stopping pushes from Inkstrike Inklings than making pushes of their own. And we'll see if that plays off for them. Wow, look at that.
That wasn't even cancel. That wasn't even a full charge, though, was it? No,
I don't think so. I'm sure they had to have some damage on them already. But even so, just phenomenal performance from this new leader we're seeing.
Absolutely, yeah. It seems, Inkstrike's still able to, at least, though, but it seems Bread Gang stopped from that push, so this is, go either way with K-Pro.
Yeah.
It seems that they have able, so it could be either way. Bread Gang or Inkstrike could able to do it. And here goes the overtime in that Ray, and it seems that Bread Gang was to win Game 1 of Round 2.
Yeah, I mean, hey, they called the Stingray the GG Ray for a reason, right?
Absolutely.
Going into overtime to be able to just pop that Stingray and absolutely, cancel your other team's chance of stepping foot on that tower. I mean, it's such a powerful option, but also, you have to be really good at your timing. You have to be really good at making sure that you have that special at the right time, that you don't go down, that you don't waste it too early. And really just awesome performance from Bread Gang there. From that first push at the beginning to the way that they stopped and just posted up and played a fantastic defense. We saw that Kenta Splat Charger get some really fantastic picks. Just a great game.
Absolutely, yeah, and really well performance though with Inkstrikes though, even trying to get to either knock that out or just take that lead, but still not able to. But yes, I would agree from Bread Gang's side. they just hold your specials until the right of timing. Like the GG Ray, like you gotta pull that Ray on that timing before it reaches to overtime. If it does, then they know it's GG's.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, if you have the lead in tower control and you're playing a Ray weapon and you see the timer hit, 10 seconds, you know that your one purpose right now is to charge up that Stingray.
Absolutely, and you definitely would always got to see like Ray comps like in tower control, just like going for GG Ray if they're not letting this letting them like from Inkstrikes to get the lead.
Yeah, really fantastic game there. So now for game 2, we're going to be going on to Rainmaker on Manta Maria.
Oh, well, this could be, I would say, maybe a fast game, or it could be going either way, because like you could go like any sorts of way. Like there's like the left, and then you got the cut bunker. Like you can go anywhere from this. So this could be flanks maybe here. So we'll see
absolutely. This is a map
from these comps. Oh no,
the Tri-Slosher coming out. Okay,
I like to see it though.
Absolutely. Right. So here we've got Bread Gang in green with the another Sploosh 7. 2 times already in this tournament we've seen the Sploosh 7 come out. I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it seems that Bread Gang first got the pop and able to like at least they're gonna wait on it first. And here we are. We have Dino on try, and he's gonna take the Rainmaker, go to the cut, and we'll see how this goes too.
Yeah, doing a really fantastic job of just being patient enough to wait before they pick up that Rainmaker. I see something that I really like here from Inkstrike, and that is that they have this double Booyah Bomb comp, which I think, they have an obvious focus on, if you look at their team comp, in controlling space. The 2 Booyah Bombs, plus the Squeezer, plus you have that Junior, which just inks so well. I mean, they have the capacity to really control a lot of space here. It's all about just using that right.
Absolutely, yeah. So far, so good that Inkstrike was able to take that Rainmaker away from their goal, not letting Bread Gang to knock that out. And this is a vanilla squeezer. This is something that you don't really see. Vanilla squeezer here.
Right. Rocking that Stingray. Typically when you see the squeezer, the point of it is to just be a bubble machine. So I'm interested to see how they make use of this.
Absolutely, yeah. Like the Ray and the splash wall with that vanilla squeezer. Like this could be something that Bread Gang could probably do, handle with this comp.
Yeah, I do want to point out that we see Hayden making really good use of that splash wall with the squeezer there.
Oh yes, I do see it. So far, the Rainmaker's still in the mid, and they have to make it up a reset. So, guess Bread Gang's kind of just making it a little bit slow for now on, since now then,
right.
It seems. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say that it really looks like they're trying to kind of repeat that strategy that worked for them in the first game. Get a big push early on, and then just set up a defense and stop the opposing team from pushing up, which can work really well, but on a map like this it can be really tough because there are so many directions that you can take that Rainmaker.
Absolutely, yeah. This Inkstrike could go like either way if they could find something of a path that they could try and get the lead here. And it seems that Inkstrike has the Rainmaker now. A defensive play with Bread Gang? Yes. They're like still holding it off too. So like they're holding, just maybe they could be like just defending it now.
Yeah, absolutely. And what's interesting that we see here is Inkstrike is in every way out-fragging Bread Gang, right? I mean, that heavy remix alone has 11 splats, while the highest splat count we see on Bread Gang is 5 from the Sploosh, and yet still Bread Gang has managed to hold this lead for so long. I think it goes to show that timing is so much more important than just raw KA, right? It's about getting those kills at the right time.
Yes, exactly. Always get into like on the right time make that push with that Rainmaker once you are ready to go and take it to their goal.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do see Inkstrike pushing up. Looks like they're getting in position to start making a really good push here. They made a little push down to 52, but that with that squeezer going down, looks like they're taking a step back and trying to play a little bit safer. Oh my goodness! Oh. Just as I say that, we have Zeb's just pushing way up.
Just alone with the Rainmaker, and now they just have it right there. But it seems that, though, Red Gang, there's 3 of them right by the Rainmaker, just defending it, not letting Inkstrike grab that Rainmaker and preventing them get the lead. And it seems that Hayden's jumping back, though, just for that Ray. And there it is. He pulls out the Ray, just make sure that no one from Red Gangs are on it. Those specials are coming in. We only have, like, 25 seconds of this match. Oh, boy. How are you feeling about this match right here?
I think Red Gang has done something very smart, and that is they have taken the Rainmaker and they've put it in a place where they can very easily hold onto it and defend it, right? They don't have to be holding that Rainmaker. It's just sitting there at a spot that's very inconvenient for Inkstrike to get to. So it makes way for them to do that strategy of, again, posting up a great defense and just keeping Inkstrike out. And we see that does work as they take game 2.
Yeah, really well played with Red Gang, though. They were able to defend from Inkstrike's not letting Inkstrike's getting the Rainmaker and then getting over to their side. So really well played for Red Gang, just really well to get in position to really defend from not letting Inkstrike's not welcome. You're not welcome in.
Yeah, 100%. And so that is going to be 2 games in a row for Bread Gang. So Bread Gang is going to take this set, but of course in these Swiss rounds we are doing a play all 3 format, which I love to see that because the more Splatoon I get to watch, the better, right?
Yes, exactly. And now that we have to all matches have to play all 3 matches, so we're gonna be moving on to game number 3 in round 2. We are going to Anchovy Splat Zones. So how do you think of this map in combination? For me, I would say this map could go either way. This is a comeback map, you would say. This could go either way. I'd love to see if any teams could pull any sort of comeback here, or just able to make a sort of defend from the zone on Anchovy.
Yes, 100%. And you know what? I think that what I really want to see from Inkstrike on this map is I want to see them bring back that double Booyah Bomb comp that they had last game on Manta Maria, because wow, I mean, when you have a map like this where it's a single zone, but that zone is so large, sometimes you just really need that little extra push to cap the zone, and that's where those Booyah Bombs can come into play. If you can really organize a special push and get 2 Booyah Bombs popped at the same time, you essentially get that zone no matter how big it is. And on Anchovy games, that's going to be crucial.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see that too. A double Booyah Bomb on this map and mode. I think this will be a really good of a matchup. Whoever just fights for that zone, and people on each side, they're gonna stay on their fan and just either just get away from not them the other team getting them. This is a map where you get some maybe some good positions here.
Yeah, absolutely. Positioning is going to be really important. This is not necessarily as flank heavy of a map as something like Piranha Pit, which we saw earlier, but you do have that one left side flank that can really do a lot of good. If you get one player with a really fantastic slang weapon, say someone with a K-shot, a Tri-Slosher, or something like that, or even a K-Machine that comes from that left side flank, and really just comes from behind, it can change the course of the game very fast.
Absolutely, yeah. I could really see that. That left side, always you could always try to go for a flank if the enemy team doesn't really notice you, because it could go either way. Sometimes for me, I would say flanking on the left is not a bad idea sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm definitely anticipating to see the K-Pros come out again on both teams. I think that's just a phenomenal weapon for a map like this. I also wouldn't be surprised to see the K-Machine come out once again for Inkstrike Inklings. And, what do you think of backlines for this map and mode? Are we anticipating seeing that heavy remix come out again from Inkstrike Inklings, or do we think we might see, the Charger and the E-Leader coming out?
If I see like the double Booyah Bomb, it could be the K-Pro and heavy remix for sure. Like if they ever think of doing that in this map, that will be amazing to like see, and how they will handle from Inkstrikes if they ever make that of an idea.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the heavy remix just so good at controlling space between having the Booyah Bomb to cap zone, and also just, that main weapon paints so incredibly well.
Absolutely. Like, I think heavy remix is like a really sort of a good background weapon to like get some like control around on objectives and all that good stuff right there.
Yeah, and it makes me real happy to see the heavy remix starting to be a significantly more popular weapon in the meta right now than it was even just a short time ago, because it really can fill that role of backline slayer that also takes map control in a way that a Charger maybe just can't sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. If we do end up seeing Chargers though, like this will definitely be like you'll see like E-Leader or Charger. I would like to see E-Leaders for this map and mode. Like this is like not that terrible for at least pulling out an E-Leader in this map, like in general. I would say.
Yeah, after seeing Hayden on the side of Inkstrike Inklings make such a great use of that E-Leader in the first round, I would love to see that come out again, because that's a weapon that you don't see a lot, but a weapon that I think can have a lot of potential in the right hands.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll like even like the E-Leader, it has mines, and then the Inkstorm. This could like be most of a paint kind of Charger. Like you just place down the mines on the zone, and then you have your rain ready, and then you use it on the zone when they have that push.
Yeah, absolutely.
And yeah, just throwing that Inkstorm at the zone, so preventing the other team so they could not use it. Oh, it seems that
we have a DC?
Yes, we do see a DC on their end here.
Let's see what's going to happen. It looks like they are not going to play this out. We see Inkstrike Inklings Squid partying back. It looks like we're going to get the quick KO here. But in the meantime, let's talk about these comps, because we can be almost certain that these comps are going to come out once again, right? So on the side of Bread Gang, we have the custom dually Squelchers, a weapon that we've seen a little bit less as of late. After a pretty hard nerf, we do get the Charger, which I like to see, and of course the Junior for the armor, and the Tenatech, which is just a classic Slayer pick.
Yeah, absolutely. T-Tech is like really like a sort of aggressive on this map in general, because like I love how when you play T-Tech and you're on the enemy team's plat, it's like you got like basically around with the control, unless you have like you and then your one player supporting you up in that front on their plat and arcade.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do want to point out something that makes me very happy here is to see Inkstrike Inklings is pulling out that E-Leader once again.
Yes, like I would love to see just all putting down the mines and throw your rain when they have that push. Like I love that combination.
Absolutely. I think the strategy is going to be just like you said. For a Charger, I think that is at least a set that can really control space a lot better than most Chargers may be able to. You're not going to get that type of map control out of something like a Splatter Scope or a Vanilla Splat Charger.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Firepin Charger, I would say he was playing just the non-scope, right?
I believe, was that the non-scope Firefin or was that the Kensa Splat Charger? I didn't quite see.
I think it was for sure the Firefin for sure.
Okay. I mean, Firefin I actually like a lot here because I mean we got, that suction bomb rush is that can cap a zone pretty significantly.
Yes, and it's really like that charger really good. I would say for how well you could take control around in splat zones. Like I think Firefin is a good fit for if you really want to have a charger in your comp. Firefin will be your best choice. Just it has that bomb rush, and if you don't have maybe Neo's Splash or something because it includes a bomb rush too, you can always maybe have a bomb rush on your comp without that Neo Splash, and then you could just use Firefin as a bomb rush. It can really just go with you could get that zone and fight it over with it.
Yeah, it's an interesting weapon to see come out. I think it's like you said, the Neo Splash is a weapon that we see coming out fairly often now, and for good reason. It's just between the amazing ability for the main weapon to paint, paired with the mobility of the burst bombs and that suction bomb rush. I mean, it's really essential. It fills a role that almost no other weapon can, where it's this really sweet spot between Slayer and support. But like you said, if it's something you don't have room for on your comp, then the Firefin is a really fantastic way to go.
Yeah, and I really like to see more of Firefin comps. If anything had to do with a good Firefin for the map, of course Anchovy is one. It's really really well to see if we want to see Firefin charger on the SWAT zones, whatever map it could go.
Absolutely. So unfortunately it looks like we're not going to be able to see Game 3 here on Anchovy Games. The round is out of time. That was a really unfortunate DC that we saw on the side of Inkstrike Inklings, but nevertheless, Bread Gang is going to take that set 2-0 over Inkstrike Inklings. So it looks like we are going to be moving on to round 3 very shortly. And in round 3, we're going to be starting off with, Clam Blitz on Humpback Pump Track. Probably my favorite map for Clam Blitz. Maybe tied with Mako Mart for my favorite Clam Blitz maps.
Yeah, I like to see, because I think Humpback Clams would be the good maps to see and make some really how you could really take control around mid. I think how it could really work is just taking over the mid control, so you have where you can position yourself where and then preventing the other team, the enemy team, trying to get there and try to collect some clams.
Absolutely. And not only that, but there's a lot of ledges and good places to kind of hang out and hide right near the opponent's basket. So it gives you a good opportunity for one of your team members to get close to the opponent's basket, get a good super jump in, and score, multiple power clams almost simultaneously. Something that we saw, I want to say it was Destiny Troops do in round 1. That was really, really awesome. That was on Wahoo World, but I think that on Humpback Pump Track, there is a huge opportunity to make big plays like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we get started on round 3. We are going to be watching Dirt versus West Broadway Grillers. I'm so excited for this match because I am really familiar with West Broadway Grillers so much.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a team that's been around for quite a while now and has played in a lot of the IPL tournaments already. I was lucky enough to get to commentate a match of West Broadway Grillers 2 weeks ago at the last testing grounds, and they really they brought out a Hydra Splatling, I want to say, for all 3 games, and it's just so interesting to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. I could tell you this, Devi on their roster, she is a Hydra main, and it explains so much. She can handle, she knows what he's doing. She has the positioning to like use the Hydra, and I'm excited to see her how well she would play Hydra if she ever pulls it out on either of these matches, and I'm excited for her to see it. And
I mean, just imagine Hydra on Clam Blitz Humpback Pump Track. That's going to be something else to see.
yeah, and I want to take a look in the roster from Dirt, and I do recognize actually a couple of people on that roster. I do know Drac and Aslef, if I'm correcting myself that. And I'm really well known with West Broadway Grillers, like Gem, a really like an aggressive slayer. Ninga, always like a really good at picking fights. Cookie is like also the same thing. He's an aggressive like NZAP player right there. And let's see, Sam, really good at playing like as a flex player too. Like, and I'm excited from any of these players on West Broadway Grillers trying to like at least pull what they could do to up against Dirt.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have two really fantastic teams coming in here. There's no doubt that this is going to be an exciting matchup. So it looks like we're just about finished at weapon select here, and just momentarily we're going to be going right into Clam Blitz. This is going to be an interesting match because this is one of those maps where the two baskets are very close to each other, so it makes for a really aggressive style of play where you just see picks and picks and picks every second.
Absolutely. And there we go. We see Devi on that Hydra right there. And let's see. Let's look at the other comps from Dirt side. Ooh, we see a custom jet. So this will be like a spam ray. And I could tell Drac always goes a really good... He pulls out that Stingray so fast.
Wow, that was like a 10-second Stingray from Drac. Oh my goodness. One thing I do really like to see here coming out from Dirt is that Tri-Slosher. I think that's a weapon that can do a lot of good on a map like this where there's a lot of low ground and a lot of high ground. That is one of the few weapons that really thrives when it is on low ground like that. And right away we see Azelf getting one power clam in on the side of Dirt.
Yeah, like this is like something that I like to see here.
Yeah, Shot's trying to keep that push going with the Inkjet, but unfortunately not able to do so.
Yeah, so far, we got West Broadway Grillers trying to just like hold it in, and it seems they got the basket open, take the lead with 2 power clams too, and let's see how they already have 3 down, and it seems that Dirt was able to like stop West Broadway Grillers to prevent getting more clams and throw it into their basket. Now they get a pity clam. This is something that what we could really see with this match here.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, we have 2 specials ready on the side of Dirt, both ink armors. The double ink armor comp can be really good. You just don't want to see a team make the mistake of popping them too close to each other and stacking those ink armors. It can be a real waste. I mean, we saw such a dominant performance in the first couple seconds from Dirt. To see West Broadway Grillers come in and make that huge push was just amazing. And just as I say that, it looks like Dirt is going to take the lead back down to... Wow, they get a power claim in down to 24. This could be game right here on the side of Dirt.
Yes,
just like that with the knockout. That was a fast match.
Really, yeah, I agree. Like, I feel like West Broadway Grillers just didn't had like a good of a position where they want to like be at. Like we did see that they were making some good of pushes right at the start when they were able to take the lead, but unfortunately Dirt was able to take that back with a huge lead right there and knocking it out there at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a really phenomenal performance. What we saw from Dirt was that they really were able to pull together and to organize. Like I had mentioned, they had that double ink armor comp, and they were able to make really good use of it. You didn't see those ink armors stacking. Rather, you saw them kind of pulling them out when they needed them. We had the T-Tech there making just phenomenal use of that inkjet.
Absolutely, yeah. A good thing from Drac too, like he is really good of like just getting that ray ready. Especially we saw that literally like less than 10 seconds, he pulls that ray. He wants to pull that ray and just not. He might have something going on in his head just to like maybe just like pull out the ray anyways when you have it at least like less than 10 seconds and then you have that ray out immediately.
Yeah, absolutely. That was something that was so impressive. I didn't get a good chance to really take a look at the gear comp on that custom jet, but I mean, the literal 10-second stingray is, you love to see that. You absolutely love to see that.
Yes, you really do. Like, custom jet is like one of the very fast weapons to ever get your stingray out. Like, if you really want to pull that, like, less than 10-second ray, well, custom jet is like the weapon that you want to go for.
I mean, you have the advantage of having those burst bombs, and I feel like the custom jet is a unique weapon because it is one of the only burst bomb weapons where those bombs are more for painting than for anything else, right? Those burst bombs are all for charging up that special as fast as you possibly can, and we saw that really at work there. So now we're going to be going into tower control on the Reef. This is a really fantastic map and mode combination. And we do see Debbie now bringing out the heavy remix, and again the Tri-Slosher coming out on the side of Dirt, a pick that I really like to see as a tri-main.
Okay, yeah, and I would see from both sides. So, able to like everyone like WBG just trying to getting to that bridge there, but unfortunately they got 2 down. There's the Inkjet aside from Dirt and able to get that pick.
Wow.
Sachi, hopefully I'm saying that right, but he was able to get that pick when he pulled out that Inkjet. Like, be aggressive with that Inkjet. He wants to go all in and just like get some really good pushes at the start. And it seems that though, they're already at 45 remaining too.
Wow.
This might be a little bit trouble with West Broadway Grillers trying to just hold it up a little bit here.
I mean, between Shachi and Mr. Pokeboy on the Tri-Slosher and the T-Tech just moving up and be completely in the face of West Broadway Grillers, I mean, that is going to be a hard push to stop. And just like that, I mean, a single push game there already with the knockout.
Yeah, like Dirt was really having some really probably that good of coordination and just the Tri-Slosher and their L3 just pushing up, so West Broadway Grillers aren't like preventing them to like not go past and try to get that tower from like Dirt to like get that tower back and then get it out of their side.
Yeah, absolutely. So just like that, I mean, with 2 knockout games in a row, that is going to be Dirt taking this set, but of course we're going to get to see Game 3 here, which I'm very excited about. We're going to have Rainmaker, and I believe we're on Blackbelly Skate Park.
Yeah, this could go either way, because on this map and mode, this is like where you could like play really aggressive. Like, no backline kind of required, but I would say Custom Jet's a good pick for this map if you really want to be aggressive and take that Rainmaker like immediately once you have that like good of timing and position where you could like take it to.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Rainmaker on Blackbelly is a really unique sort of map and mode combo, right? Because you're on a stage that favors these short range weapons so much, and yet Rainmaker tends to be a more backline friendly mode, and even in the context of Blackbelly, where they knock down that center pillar and make it a bit more of a backline friendly map, I think we could see some really interesting things happening here. I would be very surprised if we don't see Shachi and Pokeboy on the T-Tech and Tri-Slosher again, because I mean their performance was phenomenal, and those are 2 weapons that are known to be particularly good on Blackbelly.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see from what comps they're going to be running, but we'll see how this map will, and mode will go. Like, we're going to get ready for Game 3 of Rainmaker on Blackbelly, so let's see what comps are running. Debbie bring that Hydra again, and it seems that Poke is still using that Tri-Slosher.
Yeah, you love to see it. So we do see Shachi actually switching away from the T-Tech, now running the vanilla Splash-O-Matic, a weapon that you don't usually see. You typically see the Neo Splash favored. This is going to be interesting to see how he makes use of that, the Toxic Mist and the Inkjet on there.
Yeah,
and
it seems that they get a push. Yes, like Splash-O-Matic is like the vanilla is just an interesting choice. You got that combination of Toxic Mist and the Inkjet. He could potentially just go for like hicks and then get that Inkjet really fast.
Yeah, we are seeing a huge push come out right away. I mean, Shachi making such good use of that Inkjet, and look at this, Drac making the huge push. He's gonna get taken out by that Splash-O-Matic. I like that we see the Splash-O-Matic on the side of Dirt, and then the Neo Splash on the side of West Broadway Grillers. I mean, such a versatile weapon, and such a great weapon for a map that favors short range like this. So we see the push down to 4, but I mean, West Broadway Grillers is a really fantastic team, and I would not be surprised to see them make a little bit of a comeback here. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, it seems that though that they're still able to like play this game still and defend. Like, this match ain't over. That's why they wanted to keep going and just see how they could still manage to at least maybe get a push and whatnot.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, just as we say that, we see Shachi coming out with the absolutely dominant Inkjet. West Broadway Grillers going 3 members down, and we are starting another push on the side of Dirt.
Yeah, and so far, like, they Hope carrying that Rainmaker instead, and it seems they're already 3 down from the side of West Broadway Grillers. Let's see, Sachi with really just going with that Inkjet, just pulling it as a distraction, and it seems that this could be it, and it does. So that game will go to Dirt.
Yeah, so that's a 3-0 on the side of Dirt. I mean, just a really phenomenal performance. You know, for playing against a team like West Broadway Grillers that is known for being you know, a really strong team. The way that they made use of their frontliners, I think was just incredible. Like we saw over and over, the Tri-Slosher and the T-Tech, or even in the last game, the Splash-O-Matic, just pushing up, just being so aggressive, making use of those Inkjets, and being able to really distract West Broadway Grillers enough for their team to come behind and make a big push on the objective.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I want to really give a shout out to West Broadway Grillers for trying. They honestly had some really good of a matchups to at least get a defense for preventing Dirt to not, like, I would say, like, they had some really good positions to like defend too, like from their side. Well, I would say though, Dirt really just making aggressive, like, you know, plays there, and we see with Sachi with just using that Inkjet just to prevent, you know, the other team just to, like, you know, oh, you can get the Inkjet for sure. Let's go get him. That's why. And then we got the Tri-Slosher, like, pairing up with the Inkjet user, L3, and then you got the Splash. Like, this is like a good picks from like Dirt. So this was like a really good matchup for them to, like, at least preventing that the other team just to not, like, you know, like, so they can, like, knock this out.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, just a fantastic set overall. You know, 3 fantastic sets really that we got to witness here today.
Exactly.
But with that, I mean, this is going to be the end of our commentary block.
Yes.
It was an absolute honor to be here and to commentate with you. So, German, where can people find you?
You can find me on Twitter, Manify SPL, and if you want to find me through Twitch or something like Instagram, it's called German the K-pop King through there. If you ever want to check me out, I'll definitely be around to be commentating through these tournaments like Testing Grounds, Swimmer Sync, and Low Ink for sure.
Fantastic. Awesome. And of course, you can find me on Twitter at critsuccess_, where I do lots of things, and we'll be also commentating a lot more on Splatoon. So thank you very much for tuning into the first 3 rounds here of Testing Grounds.
Absolutely.
There's just so much more excitement.
It was like honestly really good matches though, like from what we commentated through, and it's just amazing. But since that's the end of our session here, we are going to be taking a break from now on. The next commentators that are coming in are Siren and one of the most wholesome kind of peoples, Milana. We would like for them to be on the mic on the set, so we will be right back and we'll see you guys on the next set.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Testing Grounds number 3, run by the Inkling Performance Labs. I am Milana, and I'm joined by the wonderful Siren. How are you doing tonight, Siren?
I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
Doing pretty good, and I'm, looking forward to seeing some really, really good Splatoon play today. How about yourself?
I'm looking forward to this tournament. It's definitely a different one from what I've experienced in commentating so far. Of course, we encourage experimental comps in this kind of tournament, so I'm definitely interested to see what kind of comps and testing people are going through. So, a lot of results can be affected by that as well, because I don't think necessarily that every team is going to be testing things, but of course that is going to be a huge impact on how things turn out in this tournament, because a team that would normally be slaying everything might perform a little differently just based on experimental comps, and other teams may be trying things that end up really well for them. So it's definitely one of those wildcard tournaments that I'm really looking forward to seeing what comes out of it. And of course, going into this one, we're starting off with Mictlan Heroes versus what is this team again?
Sunrise.
Yeah, Sunrise. Okay, so we're getting into the first game here. It's going to be Splat Zones on Mako Mart. We'll get right into it.
Yeah, and it's a good map, I think, to start off on. Mako Mart being, a really vanilla kind of competitive map. So let's see what both of these teams have to bring to the battle arena. And as we see these comps coming out, we do see an E-leader, I believe, coming out from the side of oh my gosh,
it's Mictlan.
Mictlan Heroes. I'm having a really hard time saying their name for some reason.
Locke, of course, getting that early pick, and I was really looking forward to seeing the E-leader here, of course, because that is such a long range and kind of a not super long map, so getting to see that is going to, it's going to get him a very early pick, since he can just sort of go all the way from the drop where they're beginning. So that's kind of interesting, actually.
Yeah, definitely, and I think in order to combat that, E-leader's range, Sunrise coming out with a more aggressive comp really needs to use that aggression to their strength.
Yeah, of course, Locke's going to be able to pick off these really good angles here at the beginning, just being able to stretch all the way across from the map. Of course, we are seeing Sunrise taking an early control over the zone, and it is going to be the lead for them right away. They're kind of taking good dominance over this game, but of course now we see Mictlan coming back. Cass getting a good pick on the dually, which is probably going to get them the zone back right now, since there is one man down on the side of Sunrise.
Yeah, and that I believe might have even been a delayed wipe on the side of Sunrise, giving Mictlan Heroes that opportunity to hold on to that zone and hopefully take the lead from that.
Yeah, it does seem like it's going quite back and forth at the beginning of this game here. From both sides, it's kind of an aggressive comp either way. Of course, we're not really seeing a traditional backline on the side of, I believe that's Sunrise. So, of course, they're going to have to play a little bit more aggressively to make up for that, but they do need to be picking their positions wisely, of course, because they're going to want to stay out of the range and out of the trajectory of Locke, because he's going to be able to pick them off from a lot of different areas here. So long as they aren't able to dislodge him, he's going to be a huge nuisance for them getting back in the zone. And they don't have too much time left. They're going to at least have to neutralize here in order to help Cap. But unfortunately, 2 going down on the zone there, that looks like it's going to be the game for them.
Yeah, and definitely. K-Pro, the last one on the zone, not really quite the best painter to be able to take that zone back from an entire team.
Yeah, unfortunately. It looks like they almost had the zone back there near the end of the game there. They're having it in a neutral position, but unfortunately with, I think, Dan going down there, it just caused the end for them. It's not enough for just the K-Pro to be painting there at the end.
Yeah, I think that Sunrise really needed to focus on taking more aggressive positions. A lot of the times they weren't able to, and they were kind of pushed back by the comp that Mictlan Heroes came out with. So I think that's something that they need to consider when they go into the next match at Clamblitz Inkblot Art Academy.
Yeah, and of course, if you don't have like a traditional backliner on your team, of course, competing with another E-leader is going to make it so that you have to play in certain ways to deal with it. Because, of course, the one thing that the E-leader is going to struggle with is its speed mobility. So you need to combat that as best as possible by moving fast on it and basically just not giving it any leeway to just hold a position and stay there. Going into this map, it's another short map, so I'm not sure if Locke will continue to play E-leader. I do know him personally, and I think that it's something that he's probably going to want to keep going, especially with the success that he just had previously. But with it being Clan Blitz, he might want something more mobile. Who knows?
Yeah, I think that maybe switching off to maybe a lighter charger, something like a bamboo, might fare a little bit better on this. Although I have to say that Inkblot Art Academy is kind of a unique Clan Blitz map, and it's just there's just so many, what is it called? Chokeholds that that teams can camp in order to stop pushes from happening.
Yeah, there's really only like 2 directions to come from as far as pushing with this map. I mean, kind of 3 if you count going all the way up and around and behind. But not many people are able to take that opportunity, especially if you have someone planted in that area. They're going to get called out. Saying that though, it is like a map where if you get wiped, that you're definitely going to get pushed on very quickly, and it can be sometimes hard to get people out of there, so it can be a kind of large push if anything does happen, and it can snowball pretty badly. But of course, we'll see how both teams deal with it here.
And it seems like that on the side of Sunrise, they came out with pretty much the same comp, so they are opting to play a little bit more aggressively. And on the side of Mictlan Heroes, we do see that Locke decided to switch off of that E-leader and switch to Splatterscope, giving them a little bit more mobility when it comes to playing on this map.
Yeah, definitely. I think the Firefin is definitely an interesting choice here. It's definitely going to be able to help clear out their plat if they are being pushed. Like a Bomb Rush is probably going to do a lot better for you on this map than any sort of Stingray would be able to. Mictlan moving up very fast into the plat here, of course, getting a pick on that Nautilus, which is going to be integral to getting that push, and they're already starting as it seems, and it might be a bit of a snowball here, like I said, but unfortunately 2 going down. But Snorlax is actually still above and still picking fights.
But unfortunately unable to kind of keep that push from happening, but they were kind of a nuisance for Sunrise while they were alive.
And it looks like they're not even quite done yet. Locke, of course, still popping that Bomb Rush aggressively into their plat when they're not, the push was kind of already over when that Bomb Rush went off, so definitely they're trying to keep up any momentum that they would have had. Only a couple people going down, which is allowing them to do that, of course, not being a full wipe, and they're actually getting some good momentum off of this. Cass holding 9 clans there is going to opt to make the clan instead of dunking those, which is good for, a quick payoff in that situation. Getting down to 50 there, and definitely having Sunrise in a tough position here. Of course, they're going to do their best. They're going to clear them out of the plat. The K-Shot being the only one still up, and I think that's going to be just a signal for them to move in and start painting up the map, and this is where they're going to start really getting some momentum of their own, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And we see that, I think that Sunrise really needs to focus on getting that turf control, because I think for pretty much the entirety of the match so far, Mictlan Heroes has kept that turf under their control, and because of that, it makes it easy for them to continue the momentum and continue the pushes.
Yeah, and it looks like they're actually getting some really important picks. Of course, I do think Mictlan kind of went right into mid, and now like the one person in their plat area has gotten kind of neglected, and they're going to get some pushes off of this. They might even get the lead here if they're able to sort of sneak a couple in more. They're very close.
But I think that might be the end of that push. But a push to 54, not so bad on Clan Blitz. Right now the score being 54-50, it is going to be a close match.
Yeah, definitely. They, getting to 54 isn't that bad when the setup for getting that lead back is not very big. I think it's just a power clam and like maybe 2 or 3 clams afterwards. Yeah. So that's not going to be very difficult for them to get. 2 power clams even, that's going to do it very easily. But of course, Mictlan pushing in here. If they get a large push off this, it could be game. It does seem like they have a lot of clams on the hand, but so of course, Sunrise is going to have to make some quick action against this, and unfortunately, it ends up being only one up left, so he's going to have to make quick work of this.
Oh
and
my
be able to
god!
get them, unfortunately,
Did
going
they
down.
bring that basket back down? There's like, we're not done here yet.
A bit of a delay, but the game being very gracious and allowing them to continue. I feel like there's some sort of RNG aspect to that at times, where it can go in, but it won't redrop. So kind of an unfortunate situation for Sunrise there. I do believe that means that Mictlan has taken the set already, but of course we are going to see that third game as well, seeing if Sunrise can take a game off and help improve their score in overall Swiss.
Yeah, definitely. But we saw in that match how just enormous, how immense the control that Mictlan Heroes had the entire game. Every time that the spectator cam kind of zoomed out, we just saw how much green turf there was, and that I think that just really added to their ability to make those pushes and make to keep that control away from Sunrise.
Yeah, and we have been seeing some signs of life from Sunrise in both games so far, so hopefully they're able to sort of hold on to those areas where they're doing better in this third match. They did get some pushes in the last two games, but in the end, they just weren't able to defend, and I think what was causing them to lose these games was just unfortunately going down and getting pushed on very aggressively. So definitely, if they're able to capitalize off of their own pushes, I think that this tower control game could be theirs, especially with one like Anchovy Games. Of course, we haven't really been seeing a backline, which can be a bit of a weakness in any tower control, I think, just in any situation, because having something that can just create stingrays or pick a position that will always be able to defend a certain objective is going to be really important.
Yeah, definitely. I think being able to have that anchor to even just not give up positioning to the other team is really, really helpful for a mode like tower control, because the tower moves on that rail and it doesn't, it's very consistent with the pacing of the...
This map in particular, like a huge amount of that route is just in front of that one wall there that backlines just love to live on in this particular map. So it is kind of a hard one once you get past that point. But if they are able to get past that point, there's not much left for them to do as far as knocking that tower out. So hopefully they're able to take some momentum this game and move past that area.
Definitely. And with that, we are beginning our round 3, Mictlan Heroes versus Sunrise.
Of course, Locke opting into that charger again. It's going to give this team a very hard time. We're seeing them actually drop the end zap on the side of Sunrise and going for the CDS and a 52 gal, which is really great, honestly. Booyah Bomb is going to work really, really well in this particular map mode. There's a lot of things you can do with it. It's great for defending tower, and with that wall there, you can definitely sneak up on some people if they don't see that coming.
For sure. But with that said, there are a delayed third down on the side of Sunrise, giving Mictlan Heroes that opportunity to make that first push, and hopefully making it past that first checkpoint there.
We did see 2 go down on either side, but it looks like Mictlan wasn't going to back down in that situation. Of course, now they're already picking those high points up on that wall there, and now Mictlan's just going to respond by applying as much pressure as possible, coming up on the other angles and getting behind them here.
And that was an excellent double from Snorlax, and it's really going to put a dent into Sunrise's plan to come back to the tower. And you can even see right now just the immense area control that Mictlan Heroes has in Sunrise's base.
Yeah, it's kind of insane. I'm kind of hoping to see Julie charge a jet here and hopefully is able to... just as I'm speaking, he does pop it right away. Hopefully going to be able to clear out this office area with this Inkjet. Unfortunately, not getting any picks from it, but I do believe that it did help get some control over that area again. Of course, it's going to make your enemies squirm a little bit, and that's exactly what happened here. So we are seeing the tower kind of go back into a bit of a neutral state here, but Mictlan isn't going to let that happen for too long.
Yeah, we do see some members of Mictlan Heroes kind of peeking over on that left side, making sure that it's kind of dividing the attention of Sunrise and making it very difficult for them to focus on the tower when they're being attacked from pretty much all sides.
Yeah, definitely some interesting positioning there. Having the K-Shot and even the Charger, who you would think would be closer to the tower, but having the Charger going peekaboo on that far left side is kind of crazy.
Yeah, for sure. But Dooley bringing out the Inkjet again, getting a nice pick on Snorlax, hopefully allowing that tower to kind of give a little bit of breathing room to Sunrise. But not very much before Mictlan Hero tries to make that push right back down to that third checkpoint.
It does look like there's just a lot of, gunfight going on here. It is a bit of a bloodbath in this office here. I think it's just a very desperate attempt at this point to get them out of the tower and out of this area because they're just going to keep jumping in and applying pressure as much as they can. Of course, Cap being the last one up on Mictlan, he might have some jumps here, but I don't think anyone was able to respond in time to do that. So it looks like they might be able to get some more neutral ground. Of course, we're only about halfway through the game at this point, so there is a chance that they can, pull this back and take that back. This tower moves so fast. Like they can totally bring this back at this point. We're basically on neutral game again. They're getting the map back, and that is actually going to be an important trade in my opinion. Unfortunately, they are going to have to jump back in that situation, and Mictlan is going to start moving again. But I think having at least one down in that situation on the side of Mictlan was able to at least put a bit of a damp on their control and taking back mid and the speed in which they're going to be pressuring here.
Definitely, and we saw a nice Stingray coming out from Locke, although I don't think they got any picks off of it. I think being able to use the Stingray offensively to help the tower move forward and to kind of like spread out, I guess, Sunrise's return back into their zone, into their area, to the office area, I think is really useful to do sometimes.
It feels like a bit of a constant this game, just having Mictlan kind of living in this office area here, applying as much pressure as possible. I'm not even sure how hard they're trying to get past 10 at this point, or if they're just trying to hold it there. I'm not sure if they're really going for the knockout, or if they're just trying to say, hey, it's going to stay on your side so that it can't be on ours.
And I think that is a really, really safe strategy to have for tower control because the tower just takes so long to even return to neutral that if you keep the tower in your enemy base, it's, always a good thing.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, if they do want to opt to have it move faster onto their side, they're going to have to spare one person to be standing on it. So obviously they're going to want to be standing here as long as possible. And, when it comes down to overtime, they can't even, wait for the tower to come back to mid. They have to be standing on it the whole time or it won't count towards it. So of course, getting into these last 10 seconds here, they're going to have Dan standing on that tower and just sort of painting up behind. Everyone's going to be trying to move up as fast as possible. Jose popping that Booyah Bomb, moving into their plat, and it looks like they're just trying to play protect the president at this point here. They're not distancing too far from the tower, which I do think is smart because Mictlan has been kind of sneaking up behind and just going, haha, I'm behind you now, like, gonna take the tower back. Yep.
And this is a fight to the finish for Sunrise on that tower. They are really grappling onto that tower for dear life, but unfortunately they are not able to hold onto that tower, and Mictlan Heroes does take that third game in the set.
Yeah, definitely. We did see a very, some strong play from both teams. Sunrise doing their best in this situation, and honestly, not a bad performance at all. Just Mictlan having so much experience together, they know exactly what they have to do against these teams to win, and they were able to do that in this situation. So regardless of whether or not they were testing anything, I think those sort of principles will always apply.
Yeah, no, definitely, for sure. And with that being said, we are going to move into our 5th round of Swiss. And I you know what, Siren, I really like this. I like this semi-return to the BNS format where all the teams just get to play at least a little bit. They don't pretty much get knocked out as soon as they start.
It does feel like a bit of a spiritual successor in a sense, with it being a Friday night as well. I think that was the night that BNS happened a lot of the times. So there is a few other sets that did happen during that time. I'll take a look at that. There's a few that we're still waiting on, of course, Midnight and Krakens, which is probably a very interesting one. I was really curious about that one before this round started. Red Gang versus Wisteria hasn't reported anything yet, but from the looks of it, the other finished ones are Arctic Moon and Helix. Arctic Moon taking the set 2-1. Inkigo goes, taking the set against Vento 3-0, and Deadlock losing 0-3 to Xylo.
Yeah, I think we were talking about this a little bit before we started commentating Siren, and I was looking at some of the teams, and I don't recognize a lot of the teams or even some of the players on those teams, and I think that's kind of cool because that means that there are new players who are coming into the scene, players from other regions that maybe I haven't heard of, and I think just that the Inkling Performance Labs having gathered this kind of community, I think is really awesome.
Yeah, it's definitely making me feel really, really old not being able to recognize anything. I feel like when my mom tries to show me like she's trying to get me to show her how to do a thing on her phone, and I that's literally how I feel right now, because some of these team names and the players I'm not really familiar with, but I'm excited. I'm so ready to learn and see and find out about these new players and what they're capable of doing, because like every so often I just see these new players and they're insane, and I'm like, where did you come from? Like like, how did you get this good so fast? Like, can you teach me?
Yeah, I agree. I'm right there with you. I'm feeling my age when it comes to Splatoon 2 for the Nintendo Switch.
Another set I did forget to bring up was Big Yoshi in the Park, which is a team name I love. I don't know the reference, or if this is an inside joke, or it's just Big Yoshi just being Big Yoshi. Probably is something.
I do love a good Big Yoshi.
Yeah, taking a set versus Dream Knights 3-0. That Dream Knights logo is amazing. You're probably not you don't see it as well, but it's just
it's a pog.
It's a pog.
It's a pog. We love to see it.
I really like the editing. It's very pleasing.
I agree. I think sometimes Splatoon brings out just a special kind of creativity from the community, and I think it's awesome.
I wish I had like some way of predicting the other sets that haven't had anything reporting on it yet. And actually, now that I'm looking at this, Midnight and Krakens was a set I was really interested in seeing, but it seems that Kraken actually took the set 3-0 against Midnight. So I'm expecting a lot of good things from Krakens this tournament. Perhaps they were a little underseeded in this situation, because they're actually seed 21 versus Midnight, which was seed 6 in this situation. So them taking that set 3-0 is definitely going to be, as far as seeding goes, it's an upset, but I do think it's not necessarily an upset overall. I do think maybe there was just like some unfamiliarity with the team, because I was actually not sure who they were either until you told me that it was an Australian team, so now I'm actually really quite interested in it.
Yeah, some of the members on that team, notably Shockwave, who had played in the World Championships with the Australian team, and Ray25, who is see, I feel like I know a little bit about the Australian scene because I was following their Firetail League. So I like had completely ruined my sleep schedule over the summer. So at 4 a.m. instead of going to sleep like a normal human, I would be watching Australian Splatoon.
What time is it there right now? I just like what hour are they playing at?
I want to say it's sometime in the afternoon or morning.
Yeah.
Afternoon.
It's 1 p.m. It's not that bad. It's like a nice afternoon tournament for them. That's pretty good. At least it's not like normal afternoon tournaments here, where like people in the West Coast have to wake up at like 9 a.m. to play them.
Oh yeah, that's always a good time. Sometimes I just count my blessings and think, hey, I'm not on the West Coast.
It's great if you're a night owl though, because then when you go to an event like Genesis, you're just like, oh, I'm normal now.
No one sleeps here.
Like, I'm going to bed and it's only midnight? Oh.
Everyone's still awake. But yeah. I think the Australian community is deserves a little bit more recognition overall. So I'm really glad to see the representation here in this tournament from Krakens, because they are very, very good players.
Yeah, for sure. I hope that they're, going to be attending subsequent events, and I think with how things have been going so far, I hope that this becomes a bit of a trend for them and maybe encourages more Australian teams to come out, because honestly this timing doesn't seem bad at all. So hey, Australian teams and players, come try some IPL events. More specifically, you should try Testing Grounds. I mean, it is actually a Saturday for them as well, so
yeah, so it all works out. Oh, I think the set might be done. Oh yeah, we have our round 5 bracket up. So I believe if you do exclamation point bracket, I'm just gonna make the assumption that if you do exclamation point bracket in the chat, yes, you can check out the round 5 of our Swiss set. And if we have the next team up for us to stream, I'm going to talk very slowly as I get this together. We have Krakens, as we were talking about earlier, versus Resistance, our seed number 4 for this tournament.
Okay, that one actually might be quite interesting. If that seed is accurate, and with of course Krakens beating the seed 6 last round, then that would put them in a definitely like a close placement. So I'm actually really quite interested to see how this goes. I'm not entirely familiar with Resistance as a team. Do you know anything about Resistance?
I actually do. I remember playing against Forge in was it SNS? They're a really, really, really good player, and I've seen Fantafizz around. If Crops is the same Crops that I'm thinking of, Crops, I've seen them around Twitch. They are also incredible. So this team is actually made up of very, very good players. So I'm actually really looking forward to seeing how these two teams will play out.
Yeah, I think I am familiar with Splat or Splattech. I think I have heard of them before. So yeah, I'm very interested in seeing how this goes.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really, really good set for us to watch. And I guess as we are setting up the room for the next set, I just wanted to mention that the Inkling Performance Lab runs a lot of different events, and this upcoming next week? I don't know my days of the week. Yes, next week, they will be running Low Ink October, and it's one of the best places for newer and lower level teams to get experience against other teams of their similar skill level. I think it is really great that they are catering to teams that are younger, newer, and it really gives them an experience, a tournament experience that won't just knock them out of the tournament right away, you know? So this tournament starts on Saturday, October 4th at 1 p.m. EST. So definitely, if you have a team that you have just started, that you're a little bit new to the competitive community, we'd love to see you playing there. So definitely come by and, have a good time.
Yeah, for sure. We always are going to be encouraging newer teams and newer players to get into the scene, and it is an amazing experience to try and play against other people around you know, who are in the same situation as you, because it can be a little bit of a different situation, and it isn't the most encouraging and exciting thing to be playing in a tournament, and it's all a bunch of
you get like FQ in first round.
Yeah, playing FQ in first round because, seeding is cool like that, or, and just going 0-2 and being out of it right away. This will actually, it's an opportunity to, get your footings and try it out for the first time. So I really appreciate what IPL is doing in that regard, because, we don't have necessarily, like, I remember back when Ink TV used to do a similar event as well, and that in a sense is going to be very similar to this.
Yeah, definitely. And you know what, I think in order for a community to kind of thrive, we want to focus on all parts of the community. So that includes our younger teams, our newer players, and we want to be encouraging to them so that they continue to their growth and their journey as competitive.
Yeah, definitely. It's just a huge opportunity for growth as far as the community goes, and that's what we're going to be going for in the end. Getting into this next set here, I think we're having a bit of technical issues going into it. I'm going to take a look at the maps if I can.
A little bit, yeah. So I think our first round is at Rainmaker, Snapper, Canal.
That's an interesting one to start with for sure. I have a lot of mixed feelings about this one in particular, but I do think, like, as far as like Rainmaker maps go in general, this one is balanced to a degree. There's not like a whole lot of cheese that you can do there. Like, there is some kind of interesting routes you can take, but no weird like tricks where you can like hit a certain wall or bonk into something that's super far away and getting away with it for free. It's all you need to work pretty hard for it, but it's still like.
Yeah,
it's Rainmaker in the end, so things kind of happen.
I mean, I feel like in my experience with Snapper Rainmaker, things happen quickly, or have the potential to just really run away very quickly. But I don't know. I feel like in this particular map and mode, it's either it gets knocked out within the first minute, or it kind of flounders back and forth for like the entirety.
Yeah, definitely. I've seen a lot of sets and tournaments all end up at that, map mode as the final ending point, and the stakes are very high in that situation, and it goes back and forth a lot in that situation. And that's what I really love about Rainmaker, is when both teams have like this huge, strong will, and they'll do anything to, push it either way.
For sure. And as we do see the two teams coming out with their comps, a double Splatling comp coming out from the side of Krakens. I know Neru is a pretty well-known Splatling player in the Australian region, so I believe that they are gonna play their best game with.
And of course, having that early pick off of that side is going to be great for resistance here. They're going to be moving out pretty quick. Of course, this tent here is going to try and get their shield back, so that they can guide the Rainmaker safely. Unfortunately, Shockwave having something to say about it with that Inkjet and going right above that shield and saying, no thanks, I'll just go right around you.
Definitely. And with a solid pick from Krakens, I was gonna say maybe they were able to make that a small push here, but Crops unfortunately stopping them in their place and getting a few more picks off of that.
Of course, only one or two people standing left here. It's just going to be this K-Pro. Unfortunately, Crops having one bubble left, and he's just going to sneak up on him and unfortunately get that pick. So that is going to be, I think, a delayed full wipe. So they are going to get some points off of that. It's, again, not huge on this map. Like, 54 is not major. Of course, this is sort of where things get a bit choky, where they have this this sort of uninkable area, and they need to move past it. It's all in the enemy spawn. Of course, now Kraken's going to get their counter push in this situation. Moving up on this far left side here, taking that lead and almost getting up that wall, which does grant them quite a bit of points. As soon as you start getting vertical on this map, it will go quite up in the numbers, but another quick stop to that. We are going to see the tent get a pick on that Nautilus there, which is not a 1v1 I expected to go in that direction, especially without the shield. So very good play coming out of the tent. Nair getting that sneaky pick off his space, and it's just a lot of back and forth so far. I'm not expecting 39 and 54 to be the final numbers of this game, so
definitely not with this push coming in with the tent, and 38 to 39 is our new score at that 1 point. And I'm pretty sure that Krakens is going to try and make it so that it doesn't get any lower, that point right there.
Yeah, I can't stand those Rainmaker games where you lose by 1 point, but they feel so good to win.
Yeah, they really do. And Space unable to escape that Booyah Bomb. And Splat, I think, running just a little, like an inch with that Rainmaker, bringing that score to a 21. I think that is a pretty good push, but again, for a Rainmaker match, it's not safe until it's knocked out.
Yeah, especially on this one in particular. Like, there's a lot of ways to kind of cheese it up to the pedestal in this one. Again, it is still difficult, but it can happen off of a full wipe. It is easier to defend relatively on this map, but, you know, at first we're going to see this kind of bloodbath happening, which is exactly what's happening here. We're seeing a trade going into this Booyah Bomb, and there's going to be another push coming out here. Unfortunately, getting stopped by one person kind of hanging out there. But no, they're going to try and get this pop immediately and probably have some jumps around this block here as they apply more pressure, because they are not going down here. They only have about a minute left to make some moves, and it looks like they're starting to with the squeezer going down and Shockwave popping that Inkjet into the race.
Yeah, and I love that they took that Rainmaker back just a tad, and hopefully they were trying to get just in safer position before they made that push in. But this area in the map is going to be difficult to make that push in because Resistance has that height advantage, and they're able to kind of watch over the Rainmaker from that height advantage. Yeah.
And of course, that Rainmaker being reset is going to be a bit of a struggle for Krakens to deal with in this situation. They are going to have to, you know, get it all the way back to one area. But with that opportunity, it looks like they almost wanted to take it a different direction this time. I'm not really sure about that, but it looks like they were almost trying to catch Resistance off of guard in that situation, where they were trying to see, oh, okay, well, you're defending this side, let's try this one. Which might not be the best, but it looks like they are getting some important picks. Shockwave here getting some great momentum. The Booyah Bomb coming up, and he's going to move forward and try and get some picks here. This could be the lead. They're getting very close to it. They need to pop now.
And with 20 seconds left, and I think that is a wipe for Krakens. Unfortunately, they might not even make it back to that Rainmaker, but they certainly are going to try their best.
Yeah, and it looks like they're just going to hold on to it. Unfortunately, I think in this situation, Krakens is going to need like some sort of stingray or someone to sneak in and kill that Rainmaker in these next 5 seconds, which is probably not going to happen because they are still applying that pressure. So unfortunately, in that situation, you know, you gave them an inch and they took a mile, so they just held on to that Rainmaker and did not give them any chance to even pick it back up. They took their tiny little 3-point lead, and they were like, nope, that's ours.
That was very, very close. And like I mentioned before, I think it was it might have been Splat Tech who grabbed that Rainmaker at that last second when Resistance was making that push, giving them a few extra points. So I think had they not gotten that extra few points, they might have still lost that game.
Yeah, it was getting very close. It was very down to the wire in that situation, and they almost got that lead back. So of course, we know when you're pushing Rainmaker and you're trying to move forward, if you think that push is going to be dead and you're not going to have much time left, and it's just, you know, the longer it's stalling and you're not getting any leeway, I feel like that is sort of the play where you just move forward as much as possible, because in the end, like, those numbers, like, every single point is going to matter.
Yes, definitely. And you know, it is Rainmaker, so it is a fickle mode.
So moving into Splat Zones on Piranha Pit for this next map. You know, you guys can't see this, but we can see it. And Krakens has already checked up, and I think they checked up pretty darn fast. I think they're confident whatever they're playing here. They kind of know what they're going for. I think if Shockwave continues to play Nautilus here, they're definitely going to have some advantage. We know how good Nautilus is on basically almost every single map in this game, but I think this is just another one of those maps where it really succeeds, as it has a lot of angles to get around and just, you know, be a bit of a nuisance to deal with.
Yeah, definitely. And you did call it, Shockwave bringing out the Nautilus again, and I believe that the comp from Krakens is going to be the same, that double Splatling comp, and I want to say that the comp for Resistance is relatively similar too.
Yeah, it looks pretty similar. They're going with the 10 as well with the hammer, so they're gonna have that on their side, as well as I do think they had that 96 last game as well as with the squeezer, but I'm not too sure about the junior. I do think that is a somewhat wise pick, but they do have to be relatively aggressive with the squeezer and the 96 to make that work as well. That is going to give them, I think, 2 armor, since that is a vanilla 96. So that might be able to help them in a sort of a defensive aspect, because, you know, they were getting outslayed quite a bit last game. So having those armors is going to, I think, help them.
Yes, definitely. And I love the positioning that Splat Tech is holding on to here. Although I think it is it's useful for a junior just because you can throw those bombs up on that ledge, and it will kind of prevent Krakens from moving back into the zone.
Yeah, definitely. Having those splat bombs in this situation is going to stop anyone from camping below your area because they just can't sit there and shark. They have to move from those and pick different positions. So at least you're not going to get camped out in that situation too much. But of course, with how aggressive they're playing right now, it's actually really working out well for them. I wasn't quite seeing this happening, but they are getting a very strong lead in this situation.
Yeah, and but I believe that this may be a point where Krakens does take the zones again, but it is not safe for them still because Resistance is right there, still on the zone. So Krakens is really gonna have to focus on clearing them out before they really have a safe control. But unfortunately, I don't believe they are able to do that. Neru being forced to jump out and hopefully regroup with their team.
Yeah, Nero being able to regroup is actually going to be great for them in the end if they're able to, pull it off successfully. Of course, having that Booyah Bomb charge faster without having to deal with that penalty is going to help them because they are using that right now, hopefully clearing out Splatek from this area. But of course, Splatek is just going to stand back and keep painting, which I think is kind of their complete game plan here is just to hold that paint just so they can keep being aggressive. Having all that math control and those armors is just gonna enable them to do things like what they're doing right now and holding that lead and just Squeezer popping those bubbles. And he has even more. I feel like he's just got like an extra bubble that I don't know about.
I feel like I've lost the ability to count.
Of course, now, with 10 actually still being out on the field, even though they're 2 players down at the moment, that's kind of a bold move, especially when you can get 2v1 in that situation, but it looks like they don't want to back down at all in this situation. Unfortunately, I think getting a bit punished for it here. Just the 96 and the 10 being the last 2 up, and they are going to get kind of called out and, fought in a bit of a 2v1, so unfortunately Hyperbit going down, which, could actually be the lead for Krakens here. We are seeing a bit of a comeback in this situation. Like, if they are able to hold on to what they're doing right now, they might get the lead.
Yeah, for sure, and they really need to hold on to their positioning right there, but with 2 down on the side of Krakens? Yes, Krakens. Wait, I'm like so confused by the colors.
Teams that are having people go down right now. I'm just trying to focus on the players. Yeah. Okay. So Krakens is the yellow. Right now. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Only Hyperbit being the last one on resistance here, so he's going to struggle to keep that. But of course, with a minute left, they have quite a bit of penalty to burn through. But once they get through that, honestly, it's not going to be that hard. They just need to hold this sort of positioning and making sure that resistance can't set up again.
That was
almost getting away with that.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Hyperbit wasn't able to get that splat right there.
This could potentially be a lead. 3 just went down on the side of resistance. The people that you're seeing coming back up are just respawns, and it looks like they're going down just as quickly as they're coming back up. So if this continues in this pattern, then this could be the lead, and it's coming down real quick. There's only about 10 seconds before they get that, and only 15 seconds left in the game. So if they get that lead, this is going to be the match for them. There's not really going to be an opportunity for them to get overtime here. They're going to have to really try hard.
And there it is. There's the lead. Yeah.
Zone back in time for the game to be done. I didn't think it was going to be possible, but they did. So they really just need to neutralize or get their side back in time. They don't need to fight much, but that penalty isn't very large.
No, and with most of the players from Krakens coming back to the zones, it might, I don't know, this really could be anybody's game. Neru getting the picks that they need, using that Booyah Bomb, hoping to neutralize that zone.
This looks like it could be the game. They just need that Booyah Bomb. They need to paint over it. People going down. Unfortunately, it timed out, so it looks like they are going to take that game back. So that's evening out the set.
Yeah, that was a very, very impressive played set from Krakens. I really liked seeing Neru's positioning. They were playing very aggressively, and they knew that when they had the zone, they wanted to be kind of up and right in the face of the resistance.
Yeah, Nero definitely picking a very aggressive positioning. I feel like in that end game there, you're kind of focusing on some of the other players in that situation, thinking, they're kind of counting out the back line in that situation, thinking that they're going to be the least threatening when you're trying to fight for the zone in the end. But Nero proving them wrong very quickly there, and coming up behind them and getting that zone back was completely integral to that game.
Yes, definitely. But you know what? I think for even the previous 2 games, both teams there's been an incredible back and forth between the 2 teams, and I'm wondering what's going to come out of this last match of the set.
Yeah, it is Clamblitz on Albacore. Every team I feel plays Clamblitz a little bit differently, so it's hard to tell in any matchup what team could be taking it, especially with a set like this where it's been pretty even so far. Of course, some teams have their strong suits in certain modes, so I have no grasp on which team out of the 2 here is going to have any sort of upper hand in this situation. Going into this, we did see a very constant heavy play out of Nero. So it's possible that we see that back, and I feel like that's actually going to be a very helpful weapon if Nero decides to continue doing that here, because of course there's those great bridges where heavies can just sort of dominate that area, and then that Booyah Bomb is going to basically cover that entire area we're going to be trying to push with Clamblitz. There's not a lot of different angles. It's all sort of circulated around that one sort of pit area under the basket, and I think a Booyah Bomb covers that really, really well.
Yeah, I think they do have to watch out for Crops. Crops bringing out that squeezers, and those bubbles are definitely going to be some fight against, especially when it comes to Clamblitz.
Yeah, especially with that bridge there. There's nowhere you can really run from them.
Unfortunately, I've been in that position one too many times.
Yeah, we're seeing that heavy come out of Nero again, and with that Nautilus, I think it is going to be another strong pick. Of course, Shockwave showing how strong they are with that Nautilus, and with how aggressive they've been so far with the Inkjets. I do think there is both sides of sort of the Splatling class there.
Yeah, definitely. And I did want to mention that on I believe the Resistance, they are bringing out that rapid blaster, and I'm thinking that using those torpedoes might cause quite a nuisance for Nero.
Yeah, honestly, as someone who always plays K-Rapid on this map, most of the time, it is a very, very strong weapon for this specific map. You have the baller, so that's going to be really helpful. Since you have multiple angles to go from, it's not the worst thing on this specific Clamblitz map, because you can take different angles, which will hopefully draw attention away from you. And the torpedoes, again, are going to be a very difficult thing for Nero to deal with. He's going to have to, distract himself to deal with them, or, have to stand in a puddle.
Yeah, I understand that completely. That's but with that being said, Resistance bringing that score down to 41, and I think that Shockwave positioning himself there is looking to hopefully make a push from this and maybe get a pick. Hazard getting that trade, although I think it was an okay trade in that instance.
Yeah, with 2 people down now on the side of Resistance, unfortunately, Hyperbit is coming out of nowhere and probably going to get the jump as well. I had no idea where he came from at all there. I didn't even see a trail of ink. He just kind of teleported in. Good for Hyperbit, of course, getting those picks, because that could have been really, really bad for them. Of course, they're going to be wanting to hold on to that 41. And with them, dunking more clams in, that is going to mean that they're going to get even more pity. And if you give enough, a good team enough of those, they're going to hold on to them, and it's going to blow up in your face eventually. But unfortunately, I do think they lost their original one there with that failed push. But of course, 3 going down on that side, it is going to be perhaps the start of a push here.
Yeah, I think right now they're trying to get that clams. With only 12 clams, I don't think is quite enough to make a push that really makes a difference. So I think, I think at this point, focusing on gathering turf and being able to collect those clams, I think is important as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, Space getting picked off in that interaction there, that was so difficult to watch with him getting so many indirects, but just them being timed so far apart, causing him to unfortunately lose that one, and that would really hurt. But they're actually already down at 50, which means that they could get the lead here if they just get a few sneaky ones in. Even if they don't, they are in the situation to get the lead back. They're able to. They're actually going around that block. But that's actually going to even up the game quite a bit. They only have about a 28 and 29 penalty respectively. So both teams going to have to do just about the same thing to get more points on the board. Of course, being more important for Shockwave, not Shockwave, just Kraken. But yes, Shockwave as well. He's part of that to move in and you know, make moves happen, of course. Now Resistance does have the option to play defensively or offensively here because there's only about a minute left, so it could blow up in their face if they do decide to play this offensively. Like, basically they need to get it down to very, very small numbers or knock it out if they do want to push, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And we do see Hyperbid kind of meandering in that left area on the side of Kraken's base, and I think using that positioning is going to kind of divide the attention of Krakens. But Neru not making it easy for them to make that push in.
Yes, definitely hold on to that side. They are going to be taking these picks and moving with them. They don't really have much of another choice. They only have a little bit more, and they want this set so badly. So they're going to be taking what they can there and moving back into mid. They do have quite a bit of control over it. This is the time when they're going to start popping all their specials. We're seeing a Booyah Bomb coming out, and they do have two others. They have the Inkjet and a secondary Booyah Bomb, which they can use for their advantage in this situation. Unfortunately, K-Shot going down, so that is going to make it very hard for them. But of course, Hazard getting one pick, and that becomes two. That's 3 down total on their side. This could be the lead for them. They do have the plans to do it.
I think this might be the lead. They just need
only
one
get that one.
There it is.
And they're going to try and extend this as much as possible. As soon as they get past that 0, yep, they need one more, and they took that set. That was quite the comeback from them. I'm really quite impressed. It looked almost like Resistance was going to take that from them, but of course, in the end, Kraken taking that set with these very, very small margin leads. Of course, it looks like, you know, Crop's getting some insane numbers. We did, you know, see that Squeezer doing extremely well, and as you sort of predicted, that Squeezer being very troublesome on that specific map. So, definitely.
I think towards the end of that game, they were really Krakens was really able to get the picks that they needed. Being able to take out that Tenterbrella, I think, was huge. Because then they Resistance kind of lost the player that kind of kept the distance between them and the opponents. So I think being able to take out that Tenterbrella and then getting a double after that it's killer.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what changed it in the end was, you know, them popping all their specials at the same time. They decided this is it. This is our last chance. So, you know, going into that, they're like, okay, this is the game plan, and we need to move fast. And that is like some amazing team play that you don't just see out of like any team. You know, that's the kind of stuff that's gonna win you games that you're not necessarily outslaying in, but you know what to do, when to do it, and how to do it. Basically, that's how you take games in those situations.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what? I think they're definitely making a name for themselves in this tournament series, so I can expect that if they decide to participate again, they might not be 21.
Yeah, definitely a lot higher next time. There's not, I think all the sets have actually finished as far as round 5 goes. I believe we're just waiting on the next round to start working. I'm not sure if that's the last round of Swiss or if we're going into the first round of Top Cut. I think that might be it for Swiss. I
do believe so. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. So we are going to be going into Knockout, or is that the other word for Top Cut?
Yes, I've just been calling it Top Cut, but yeah, I guess it's called Knockout in the bracket.
Yeah. So,
I
moving
guess
into this, I guess we look at who's at the top in Swiss stage, and that's going to give us a good idea of who's going to be in the top cut. So, of course, Kraken's actually coming out number 1. 5 wins and no losses, actually.
yeah, that's pretty impressive.
And no surprise that Resistance is actually right below them, second. So we actually could be seeing them playing each other again later on in this tournament. Like that could be, you know, the very last set. So that would be interesting. I won't be there for that personally because we'll be done here. It'll be another set of commentators, but that'll likely, if that is to happen, it probably won't be with us. So you'll have other people giving their take on that situation there. The third team is Nectar. I haven't seen too much from Nectar so far. I do know that's Acidity's new team.
Nice. And then we have following Nectar, Mictlan. I'm really struggling.
Mictlan Heroes.
I don't know why I only see Mictlan, and I'm like, that's not it at all. Mictlan Heroes, who we did watch play earlier. They took a 2-1 victory over Midnight in that last Swiss round, bringing them up to position number 4. After that, it is NA plus UE. Is it supposed to be EU?
You're
Okay,
it's like the second letter in Europe and the last. I don't know.
UE plus AU equals DC. I think that's a really funny name. But we've definitely seen them playing before. I do believe they took 4th place in our last testing rounds, if I'm not mistaken. So they are a familiar face in this area.
And then I think it's just Arctic Moon after that. I don't know if is it the top 6 or the top 5. Yes, it is the top 6. So it is. Arctic Moon is going to be the last team getting into that top cut there. They did just seed it, so the first round is going to have Nectar, Arctic Moon, and then Wisteria versus Resistance, Mictlan versus NA plus U. And AU equals DC. I don't know how to say
how about you say Mictlan Heroes and I'll say the other team's name.
And then Krakens and Midnight being the other one, which is actually a set I wanted to see earlier. I think they already played each other, so this is gonna be a rematch.
Yeah, I think it'll be a really, really good set between the two.
Yeah. I don't know if we're taking a quick break here or how soon the top cut is starting.
I think we're starting top cut like now. They're setting up the room.
From the looks of it, yeah. So not sure what set we're gonna be looking at. Oh, we're looking at Mictlan. Yes, we are looking at Mictlan Heroes versus I'm sorry to say it.
AU equals. I'm gonna call them NA, even though they're probably not just NA. Judging by the name. But we are going to be moving into a best of 5 set, so we are no longer doing play all 3 Swiss. And yeah, I think it's gonna be a really good set between the 2 teams.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to this one as well. I say that about every single set ever that I ever commentate because of crew. I just like that we both can't pronounce these teams' names, and it excites me. But I haven't seen na plus equals.
Honestly, it reminds me a little bit of the pufferfish meme.
Oh, the pufferfish?
Wait, you've never seen the pufferfish meme?
Is it the one eating a carrot? Yes, okay.
So yeah, that's where my mind's at right now.
So it looks like everyone's already in the lobby. The first match we're going to be seeing is Tower Control on Starfish. I love this map mode personally. Getting into this, we already saw that Locke is a charger, and he's probably going to be staying on that and probably going to be churning out Array, or he could go crazy and play Firefin. I don't know. It's testing grounds after all, so we'll see what comes out of them. I'm not too familiar with the other team in this situation that I'm gonna let you say instead in any situation, but and Aniki.
Yes. I also don't know how to pronounce that Japanese name, unfortunately.
That's Yo. I don't know what it is. What is it? What? Okay.
Lydia?
Oh, really? Oh, is it? Ah, I thought the beginning syllable was backwards. Okay. Let's see.
All right, Lydia.
Oh yes,
Lydia?
it is. Yeah, they
Lydia?
spelt it with like they spelt it in game with katakana, but then on Battlefy it is with hiragana. So yeah, it is like Lydia.
Oh,
Lydia.
excellent. That's much easier to read than
Yeah.
Japanese text for me.
Yeah. So yeah, it's Rydia.
Lydia.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Cool. I'm glad we got that under control. And with that being said, we are match of our top cut for testing rounds number 3. And I like that ballpoint coming out from the side of NA.
Yeah, right off the bat, we are seeing a bit of run speed on it, which I like to see on a ballpoint. I like it when they zoom. Of course, Locke is going to try and get these sneaky angles, probably trying to peep out the ballpoint or anyone who's trying to go for that flank angle. And he is playing pretty aggressively as normal, not taking the back areas at first. He is going to be going all the way up to that stage, and perhaps, getting actually a pick, sneaking around that corner and getting some early picks there, but unfortunately I think that is going to have to force him to move with the tower going on the opposite side of him, so he's probably going to try and take the snipe area, and of course they are moving very, very fast up on the side here with NA, the long team name. They are playing very aggressively.
Yes, definitely. And we see that aggression kind of come into fruition with just the sheer amount of turf of I just love seeing this coordination of people getting on and off the tower, and they just know, like, it's my turn on the tower, or no, I'm gonna let you take the tower. It really speaks to kind of the expertise and the experience that these players have.
Yeah, for sure. Anarchy, of course, has not budged from this aggressive angle at all so far, just kind of popping out these inkjets and trying to get what picks that they can here. Of course, now Mictlan is trying their best to get them out of here. It is going to be hard with the angles, of course. Once they take that pit area, that snipe is going to be hard to access. So, coming back into this certain area of the game is going to be difficult, and they're going to probably start from this side and moving out from there. Unfortunately, that's not going to go too well for them. Even the ballpoint is pushed all the way far ahead. It might even move up even further onto those grates there if he wants to get a little bit cheeky playing against Locke there.
Yeah, definitely. I that the NA team. I don't want to say NA because like it sounds a little bit weird, but I think that Team NA is just they're really being very smart about their positioning, where they're not giving up positions and areas of the map that they already have under control. So they're not playing in a way that's recklessly aggressive, but they're also not letting the Mictlan Heroes have pretty much any say in it. And as I say that, Snorlax gets a double, and I think it's Mictlan Heroes' chance to kind of make that push back.
Yeah, definitely. They're saying, it's our turn now. Of course, Anarchy and the ballpoint come up behind them in this push. Of course, I think the ballpoint quite hasn't been punished yet. I think Anarchy did get punished. Yeah, they both got kind of called out there in that situation, and now, of course, Locke's going to be able to move up here. There's no one behind them anymore, so they might be able to continue this push. I don't think they would be so bold as to somehow show up behind them again, but you never know. They are starting to come back out of their top right area, and Locke is going to try and get them before they can even drop there with that Stingray.
Yeah, but unfortunately those bubbles coming out kind of forcing Mictlan Heroes to back up just a little bit, and in their backing up, they go 3 down, giving Team NA a chance to make that towers return back to the neutral state.
Yeah, it's getting back into that neutral area. Unfortunately, Mictlan wasn't able to even get that first checkpoint out of the way, and that one I feel can sometimes be the hardest with it being right next to that snipe area. There's a lot of angles that it can be defended at. So getting past that first one is usually sometimes the hardest one on this particular map, but once you're through there, it can be a lot of momentum and motion for your team. Of course, now Mictlan does have quite the man advantage here. They only have a minute to move on it, but they did get 3 down there in that situation.
Yeah, I think Snorlax is definitely playing their best game right now. They're getting the picks that Mictlan needs, and they're using that aggression from that K shot to move up and give their team a little bit of a momentum.
Cass moving up here into the pit, gonna try and pick off that ball point because that's gonna be one of the biggest walls that they have to face in getting this this checkpoint and any subsequent points in the game. Getting through this here is gonna be a big deal for them because that means that there's no checkpoint in the way of them getting the lead. With only 14 seconds left, everything is gonna matter in this situation. But someone does need to get on the tower. The one person who was riding it got off, so they need to get on it here and now. I don't know if they've realized that quite yet. They only have a few seconds. Locke needs to get on this right away. Unfortunately, going down one of the teammates, and that's going to be the game for them.
There were so many bubbles, so many things coming out onto that tower that really, I think that's what tower control is. It's at those last few seconds, everything comes out, and the objective is stationary spot, so it everything just hits the tower at once.
Yeah, I think they had sort of been saving it all for that moment there. Unfortunately, with the one person going down there, it kind of got back into an area where it was relatively safe for NA to defend and just do whatever at that point on the tower to just get them off of it because it wasn't as close to that checkpoint.
Definitely, but the score was relatively close, something in the 30s to something in the 40s. And, I think, like you said, if Mictlan Heroes had somebody on that tower way.
Yeah, for sure.
And with that being said, we are moving into our second match of the first round in Top Cut. It's going to be at Splatoon Sturgeon Shipyard. I think this is a pretty classic Splatoon's map for competitive players. Maybe just me, but I like it, so.
I really like this map too. I feel like almost anything can be viable here. It is a very kind of balanced map, but there is sort of random aspects to it, just as far as timing goes with those bridges and stuff.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, definitely. And I hope that I'm almost certain that Locke is definitely gonna pick a charger. I say almost certain and definitely, and I'm like, they're definitely gonna pick a charger. Because when you kind of onto that snipe, it becomes kind of difficult to take you off the snipe sometimes.
Yeah, definitely getting up onto that spinner area, you're going to be hard to dislodge, especially if your team has a lot of control on the area in front of it. So definitely holding on to those.
My words really quick. Hello, Remix.
Oh wow, that's, you know what? I can't even blame you. That is such a unique pick coming out of Locke as far as what we've seen from him so far and what even I've seen from him. But I think in this situation, I understand what they're doing here because they want to be able to counter that ball point on the other team. So, with the painting and the mobility that it has, I can see what, standpoint you're picking there. Unfortunately, 3 going down already on Mictlan, just leaving that slosher, unfortunately, but he is going to be holding on to those missiles for when they do come back. They do have quite a good array of painting weapons on their team, including that Splashmatic, so they do just need to capitalize off of that and making sure that they can get NA out of there to begin with what is going on. I wish that was some sort of taunt and not just spectator lag because I would use that all the time.
That would be my new taunt too.
So we are seeing the jump and Mictlan getting quite a bit of good control here. So hopefully they're able to take their court here. I can't stop laughing over that.
But Mictlan Heroes are really just holding on to that zone. I think they're doing a great job of holding the control of the map in general, not even just the zone, because we have members of Mictlan Heroes kind of making sure that Team NA is unable to make it back to that zone.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like they are getting quite a decent lead out of the situation, but with the bubbles and the armor coming out, this could be a return for them here. They are sneaking up on Locke there in the corner, getting singled out, unfortunately, leaving just the Zap, who is going to jump out.
Yeah, and we see that, Team NA focusing on that turf control, and I want to say that they're playing it very safe, and I think that Mictlan Heroes really have to play it safe too, to be able to build those specials and work those specials together to make it back into the
And of course, with that penalty ticking down so fast, they can't really be making any mistakes at this point in the game, because once it gets past that lead there, they're not going to get much to do, but of course they do get that zone back, which is really good for them. Of course, getting these picks, that is going to be a full wipe, so moving in on this, they only have, half the game still. Unfortunately, the splash going down, but that is going to be effectively the trade, with the Junior also going down on their side, but they already charged and armored just after respawning, I'm assuming just getting that out of spawn, and the bubbles coming out, just all specials being popped on the zone, just having Dapter retreat back, and is going to have to sort of clean up after this situation. All these specials being popped, that hammer just being dedicated solely to throwing it at him, unfortunately, and Locke going down is going to make this very hard for them, but of course, there is still a bit of penalty that NA has to go through here.
I think at this point that Team NA may take the, but I think that Mictlan Heroes does have at least one opportunity to kind of come back into the zone, and hopefully they can capitalize on that opportunity, make sure that they can put a penalty back onto Team NA's.
I've lost everything. Oh, there we go. Okay, so Mictlan doesn't have too much to go through to get back into the scoreboard here, which they do have, of course, to hold on very hard here, and with it just being a little bit of time left, they can't be tripping up at all like they did before, but with how NA's been handling things and just popping every single paint special in the world all at once on them, it is going to be hard. Of course, they are going to be, painting as best they can. It is just going to be Locke left trying to paint the zone. Unfortunately, he is going to have to be combating this Octo Brush. The best that he can do is neutralize it, waiting for those jump-ins, and he is getting two of them, so that could be back. It is only a 3-point penalty, so that does mean that if they get this back, this could be the lead very quite easily. Of course, that gave them a little bit of time on NA's side to come back, but of course, they're going to get that 1-point lead, and that's all they need right now. With two people down on the side of NA, that's more than they could be asking for there. This could be the knockout of the Slosher's able to hold on to this, but I don't think he's going to be able to, unfortunately.
I think they might be able to. Oh. W is not focusing on that zone at all, and I'm just eat my words real quick.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they were able to jump back in on time, or if they just sort of avoided it, thinking that it wouldn't be safe. And I don't think it would have totally been safe unless they all had stealth jump and there was some sort of area that they could have hidden. Yes. So maybe that was the play in that situation there, because they do have that penalty to eat through still. And with one, the ball point being down, that is going to be very difficult for them to hold it. Just Anarchy dedicating his hammer to holding that zone, but it's not going to end up winning them the game. So actually, Mictlan Heroes taking game 2.
But that back and forth, and it was. Splat Zones is definitely an interesting mode to watch, because it really, I think, out of all of the modes, it really tests a team's patience. I'm looking at these KAs, they're pretty much identical on both sides. I'm kind of impressed, honestly.
Yeah, honestly, that game was so back and forth in the end. I think it just came down to how they approached at the very end, and how basically Mictlan stuck together in that very end and didn't really back down. I feel like maybe in that particular moment, NA kind of panicked a bit trying to get back in, and unfortunately went down when they were trying to get those zones back, and that cost them the game in the end, when I feel like just at the end Mictlan was just prioritizing having that zone and keeping it to themselves.
Yeah, and I think sometimes it really just comes down to like a minute, not a minute, holy, like a millisecond of decision making, whether you want to go for the flats or whether you want to cover the zone and hope for the best.
Yeah, so going into game 2, we're going to be looking at Clam Blitz on Humpback Pump Track. A very interesting Clam Blitz map. It is kind of a weird one for me. There's like a million different angles to approach the basket, and I feel like you do get flanked. Like it is like the world's longest flank because you have to go through so much to get there, but it is a very lethal one at that, and it can cost you games, to be honest, if you're not watching it all the time. So it is kind of an interesting one. Of course, I know Anarchy to be a bit of an Octobrush player. It's all I've seen them ever do. So I feel like this could potentially be their playground in that sense, where they're basically going to have to babysit Anarchy to make sure that he doesn't get in a position where they can just jump in and take the game off of that alone.
Yeah, definitely. And I've definitely been caught off guard by ink brushes, Octobrushes, especially if they're just a little bit on the sneaky side.
Yeah, and oftentimes they don't even need to be sneaky at all. They can just run around and you either have to chase them or ignore them. And this is just a situation where you can't ignore them, which makes it awful.
Yeah, a little bit. We do see again a slosher. Although this is a slosher deco, so I think that baller might be able to make those pushes.
Yeah, and of course with how vertical the center of the map is and Humpback Pump Track, sloshers are going to do very well here. I think even more so than they do on Sturgeon in general. Of course, Sturgeon is another vertical map, but I feel like there's definitely a lot more angles where slosher gets very, very annoying here. Anarchy is kind of doing exactly what I predicted, just sort of going back and forth, making it impossible to call him out, and just sort of applying pressure in different areas. Already popping a hammer, and he's going to go right for that basket, I think, just kind of trying to bother Locke, and getting that flick on him with the hammer. I'm not even sure if there was, he knew that Locke had made it there at that point, because I thought he was totally in the other direction myself.
I think it was more of maybe a panic moment, where it's,
yeah, I just sort of saw him out of the corner of my eye, just gonna toss that in the direction. Unfortunately, a few people going down on the side of NA, so that means Mictlan is going to be able to probably get a push here if they're able to scramble a power clam together. Looks like they're sort of panicking, going, oh no, we got to wipe, let's quickly get this together here, because it doesn't seem like they were prepared in that aspect. But of course, they are going to get some clams in. It is going to be a bit of a struggle, so it looks like they took up most of their resources to make that initial clam. They, of course, do get some clams in the basket, but that is going to be 3 down for them, unfortunately, and an eventual wipe, unfortunately, with Dafter going down at the very end there. So, of course, we are going to be seeing a bit of a comeback here from NA. Moving up into mid, they do have that pity clam on their side now, and 7 clams in the side of in the hands of W. So they're going to pop that armory and hopefully are able to make some moves here.
Yeah, for sure. We are. Okay. Hello, Junior. And I think they are making a push right now, Team NA.
I think I understand their team name a little bit better now.
I
there's
think
no
so
DC,
too.
but we are seeing a little bit of that Splatoon internet that we love so much. Not necessarily their fault, but perhaps us, because it is a spectator cam, and that's just sort of how it is sometimes. Locke, of course, moving up here. They did get the lead in that push. They're moving it down to 36. Unfortunately, Locke getting caught off by Anarchy with the armor on. So now Anarchy's going to be right under this basket here, just popping that hammer, not getting any pick off of it necessarily, but of course making it very hard for them to come back in. And it is going to slow them down quite a bit. And, Dafter moving up, they do have control over mid still, but Rydia is going to have to move over to the side here to get away from that.
And I think, I think that Mictlan Heroes is definitely doing well with their positioning, being able to hold on to position and kind of keep Lydia back, because I think a Hydra on this map can be kind of scary. But if you can pressure that Hydra, I think it will definitely do your team some good.
Yeah, it is worth noting that they are running double armor on this comp, which can be extremely frustrating, especially when you also have an Octobrush on your side, because when that is armored, it can be very, very difficult to get just the right amount of shots before they're already in your face. So, you know, moving up in this match, I do think Aniki is going to be the key player in this match for NA. In the situation that everyone is kind of revolved around, like, just giving him opportunities to do what he's doing right now.
Oh no, he got skipped by the baller!
Right when he was trying to get out too. But looks like this is going to be a bit of a comeback from Mictlan. They don't really need too much more to get the lead here, and they do have the man advantage to do that, and they are going to get the lead here. They still only have 2 people up. Snorlax getting a really good pick on Aniki, which is going to be great for them. Even getting trades here is really great for them. It is 16, and they only, they still have 4 clamps in their hands. What they have is enough to knock it out here, but unfortunately, I thought it was going to close, but it's actually going to be a knockout. Mictlan Heroes actually taking the set, I believe. Or no, it's not. Yeah, it's best of 5. So we're a game away. Technically, they could end it in the next one, but yeah.
Wow, that was we've talked a little bit about Snorlax even last time when we saw Heroes on stream. I think they definitely play their role well. They're able to get the picks that their team needs to make moves, and I think it's definitely worth noting that Snorlax is playing that K shot optimally.
Getting into this next one, I really thought that NA was going to be able to just kind of cheese through that game with it being a clam blitz and having just Aniki running around. But unfortunately, I think in that same sense, they aren't able to defend as easily, because once you get those key players out of the way in that situation, they don't really have too much to be going off of. It's just kind of desperation, and without, any sort of specials to defend on that specific map, which there isn't a lot to really do that much. I think the best that you can probably do on that map is Booyah Bomb, and that's like kind of a small hindrance at best if you can avoid it. So just with that out of the way, it did really clear a path for them to take that game. Getting into this next game, it's Rainmaker on Manta Maria, which is
a time.
It is a time. It's very I would say iconic as far as Rainmaker maps go. You really it's one of the first maps that I think of next to Kelp Dome, but maybe Kelp Dome just because I'm old. And with this one, it feels like the staple Splatoon 2 Rainmaker map, where it's like, okay, drop it into that area and you've basically won the game, or have almost won the game. So
Yeah, I think it'd be very difficult to come out of a really strong push from an opponent.
Yeah, especially with how that area is with those grates. Sometimes it can be hard to see what's directly beneath you, and with that pedestal being where it is, people can even sneak up into your base. So it is kind of a complicated situation with this map, and I honestly think any team could take it at this point. So this could be a comeback in the situation for
Team NA?
Yeah, for Team NA.
Alright, and we do see a heavy coming out from both sides. I think a Deco coming out from the side of Team NA, and a Vanilla on Mictlan Heroes.
Yeah.
I think that's interesting. I don't really see Decos coming out very often in competitive play now.
Yeah, I'm seeing definitely kind of a lot of really cheesy weapons here. We are seeing a bit of a hammer spam weapon there. The Sploosh, Sheldon pick one with the hammer, and we see Bubbles here. So I kind of see what they're going for with this comp. I kind of like it, but I also hate it. It's definitely an interesting pick here. I can't tell if that's something that they would normally go for, if that's a test thing, or if this is just like an out of frustration, like deal with my hammers thing.
It's definitely a time to run a comp with double bubbles and something as fast as that Sploosh.
Yeah, I think that's double hammer as well, actually.
Yeah, double bubble, double hammer. What a time.
both things that can sort of create a leeway for that Rainmaker to move in, I think. Either way, it's gonna clear a large space around you and stop the opponent from getting in your face, because you don't want to be around a hammer and you really don't want to be around some bubbles. So I can kind of see what they're going for in this one. They just need a straight line for them to sort of move through at this point in order to make that work. But it looks like they don't even need to pop any specials at this point to get it, because W is the one holding that Rainmaker, and he was the only one with the special there, but they still got it all the way down to 32, which is pretty good on this map, especially since, you know, you can guard that drop pretty well. So just as long as they don't hit that floor there, you know, that is going to be a pretty good lead for them so far. But it's definitely not an unbeatable one. He almost picked it up in time, but it reset just on that, basically around the same frame there. Lock's going to be moving up. He does have his Stingray at the ready. He's going to be using it and aggressively, in a bit of an aggressive position here to try and move out anything that's going to get in the way of the Rainmaker here, which is a smart move for them, I think. That's probably going to grant them the lead right there. I don't even see anyone contesting this. I think they're a little out of position.
That push is going to be a difficult one.
Yeah, definitely on this one. It's not impossible, but that one, it is, you know, it's not going to give them an easy time to come back. They're really going to have to put their heads together for this one, especially with the specials that they have on hand. They do need to get a good amount of momentum to even get that started. And of course, keeping that in mind, it's not like they can pop, you know, all their hammer and their bubbles all at once, because one person is going to be sacrificed to holding that Rainmaker.
Yes, that is true. And, you know, you definitely need people to you know, pop the bubbles for you, or so I think definitely these specials are ones that you are going to see in succession. That's the word I'm looking for, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think definitely with the heavy on its own, I don't think it really pops its bubbles on its own, because that does take a lot of mobility away from it with charging and running into them. So I think it is going to be just the squeezer taking care of both sets of bubbles there. Aniki, unfortunately, not quite getting it again. I think getting just blocked by it, and the Rainmaker getting tossed off the map. It's going to go back to a reset position, so they're going to have to get all the way back there. Of course, Aniki and MT coming back into mid. They're going to be ready to pick this up. I do believe that with Aniki who picked it up, so MT is going to be leading right behind him there.
Yes, and we do see a lot of support coming out from the rest of Team A. Hopefully they are able to support to kind of get the picks that they need. We have that sploosh all the way there. I know why they're called W now. Moving forward and getting into the zone.
Yep. Looks like there were some jumps in it at that corner there, but unfortunately them getting caught out on it, and they're looks like they're just, with this last minute left, they're just going to be jumping in as much as possible, but unfortunately it doesn't look like it's going too well for them, unfortunately. The Rainmaker, they are going to end up popping it. I actually didn't think they were going to opt into popping it there, but I guess in this situation you do want that reset, even if it's not jumping it off, just popping it and letting it sit there, just so you know, you're killing some time. They don't really need to push at this point. They're just going to hold on to their specials. As you can see, Locke is holding on to that Stingray, and he's not going to be letting it go until that last second chimes.
And I think that is a great strategy for that. They're actually returning that Rainmaker back into their base, holding it in a... I think this is a pretty good position for that Rainmaker. That very difficult to make it into that area as Team NA.
Especially with them not really having any specials to piercing. I think they went too far back. They did expect. So that's going to give them some overtime for free, but unfortunately I think they are going to try and get this pop. W might be able to shred through this. I do know they have quadruple object shredder actually on that on the NA side, but unfortunately not going to be enough for just one of them.
Yeah, that was I think an unfortunate thing that happened to work out for them.
Yeah, in the end, I think I saw the ideas in NA's head for what they wanted to do, but it never really quite came to fruition. I think just they were unfortunately stopped, and of course, you know, getting to one can kind of just kill the game for you. You kind of lose a little bit of motivation at that point, unless you're certain that you can get it. But you know, when it's been so close and they push it to one, it is very, very difficult at that point.
Yes. for sure, definitely. Rainmaker, a fickle beast.
So, congratulations to
Here.
Mictlan for moving on to round 2 of the knockout bracket. I do believe that was my last set commentating as with you, Milana.
Yes, it was. But where can we find you on the internet?
Oh, geez, I am Siren_SPL on like everything.
All right, I'll be sure to look you up and give you some follows. And you can find me on twitch.tv/Milana or Milana TV on Twitter. But it has been an immense pleasure commentating with you.
Yeah, I've had a lot of fun tonight. Thank you so much for being with me. It was super, super fun. And I am really looking forward to seeing what the next 2 commentators bring out. And thank you so much.
Thank you. I think you guys will be joined by Rissa and K-Bop, so it'll be a really, really commentary set and great Splatoon set.
Yeah. So see ya.
All right, stay tuned, everybody.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to Testing Grounds 3. Of course, my name is K-Bot. I am joined by Rissa. Rissa, it's our first time casting together, somewhat surprisingly. How are you doing this evening?
I know, it is surprising. We always are commentating the same events, but never together. So I'm excited for that, for one. I'm doing good on a Friday night. I'm glad the weekend is here. How are you doing tonight, K-Bot?
I'm doing all right. I'm a little tired. I may or may not see if I can try to get to bed early. But obviously, I'm not going to be able to get to bed until after I cast some fantastic Splatoon here coming our ways for the rest of the events tonight. We actually get to do semifinals, and then we'll hop right on into finals. And the semifinals matchup is actually maybe a team that we weren't necessarily expecting to be here. It's Resistance versus Arctic Moon. Arctic Moon coming off of the 3-0 upset over Nectar, and I'm allowed to definitively, factually state that is a 3-0 upset because Nectar was ranked higher after Swiss. So Arctic Moon got to be feeling pretty good about themselves as they head on into this one. Of course, we've seen these players before, and excited to see what they bring to the table here.
Yeah, Arctic Moon has been really, I've seen them entering a lot of tournaments recently, so it shows really that they're getting this far in this tournament and that they've really been working for this.
Absolutely, and now we're heading to the true neutral of Splatoon maps. Splat Zones on Mako Mart to kick us off here for this semifinals matchup. I see a Tenebrella, I see a Foil Squeezer, and I see a Custom Hydra on the other side of the markers.
Yeah, I like too that I'm right here right away seeing both teams coming out with a Tenebrella. Not something I would honestly think to pick, but I like that both of the teams have it, so it's almost kind of equal playing ground in that regard. Now, as we get to it, it looks like Resistance has gotten the zone here, but one goes down on both teams here, so now it looks like Arctic Moon is trying to pop their specials and get the zone, but Resistance is doing a great job at holding it.
Doing a great job of holding it for now. We'll see if they can keep it up here. Splashdown is going to get Splatek out of the area for the time being, and now with the 2-down situation, it's going to allow Arctic Moon hopefully to come out and back in and recap the zone, and indeed they will. Able to get that cap, the 57-point push, and actually probably one of the more neutral games on Splashdown's Mako Mart that I've seen in a hot minute. Of course, we probably expect it to be this neutral given the fact that these teams are probably pretty equal in skill, and look, they're just going back and forth here with the trades. First it was a 2-down for one side, now it's a 2-down for the other, and so it's going to be maybe control back on over here to Arctic Moon in a second as now one goes down on zone, and indeed that's the case. Spark going to go ahead and clean things up.
Yeah, that was great. Sparta was able to get that nice pick to allow their teammates to follow up behind them. And Crops getting that nice trade in, and now it's really equal playing field. Both teams do have 2 up. Looks like Dark is in the middle there, this wing for their teammates to jump in. They know that they have a Hydra in the zone trying to secure it. But Resistance here trying to come into zone here, start painting it, trying to neutralize it. Looks like it's going back and forth as one goes down on both teams.
Times one. There's so many squids just dying on different parts of the map. This is not very traditional. You see so much action happening back and forth and so many 1v1s kind of going either direction here for these two squads. Now the incomers are going to get popped here by Arctic Moon as they continue to push on forward, and they might try to go for a little bit more of a lockout or even a knockout here, but now perhaps overextending just a little bit. 2-down situation. Hyperbit's going to yeet that hammer, but it's going to go down in the process. Dark tries to find one back the other direction, but at the end of the day, it's a delayed wipe onto Arctic Moon, and it's going to mean control back on over to Resistance.
Yeah, now Arctic Moon does have the lead here, a really, really strong lead, but they do have a very big penalty. So Resistance is really going to have to work to get their specials, as they do have 2 specials ready, and they're going to have to get in a position where they can start pushing up. As both of the tents do go down, we're seeing specials popping from both sides as Resistance is holding the zone here.
One armor is online for Arctic Moon as they start to come on back in here, and they're going to need to start pulling the trigger here shortly. The Inkomer does come on out, but we'll see what else comes on through. Ultra Sam coming on in, and Splashdown's going to get them the cap. Applying that penalty to the other side is absolutely massive here. So even though they go 2 down, and even though they get a complete wipe, they get completely wiped, I should say, they are going to buy themselves a little bit more time to come back into the zone, and it's all going to come down to that spot.
Yeah, there are still 2 minutes on the clock though, so we're seeing Space here trying to pop a defensive booyah. Gets a pick with that booyah, almost in spawn, pretty much. And Now, as there's one down on the side of Arctic Moon really is going to have to figure out a way to get their specials ready so that way they can push in. We're seeing armors popped on both sides of the map here. Again, there's one down on both sides. Arctic Moon is pushing into the zone. We're seeing just so many specials pop up as Arctic Moon finally secures the zone.
And the game state really hasn't changed between these two teams, right? Even though, sure, there was, Radiance there that was trying to hold on to things and trying to come on back in here. It's worth noting that, like, really, we've seen a lot of this back and forth play. There hasn't been a lot of, like, complete wipes. Radiance was able to get one or two here, but it hasn't netted them the lead so far. Now, another wipe, actually, coming in their favor. It looks like maybe Arctic Moon's just a little bit split up, a little bit disoriented. And they might be able to get the lead off this. They're going to need to charge their specials in here soon. 60 seconds left on the game clock to try to get something going, but I don't think that's going to matter. Arctic Moon just trying to look to extend things. They are going to get the 10 umbrella down, so that's going to be huge, but I think the lead's going to go back the other direction. They're going to come on forward a little bit late. Another goes down here for Radiant. Sparta is going to go ahead and force the jump out, and that is going to be the cap of the zone, so Arctic Moon gets another opportunity here to take themselves this first game.
Yeah, this was great that they were able to push in and get resistance wiped there, but it's been going back and forth, so this could easily come back the other way. Though as we go into the last 30 seconds here, one does go down on the side of resistance. They do have 3 specials ready, so it looks like they're going to go ahead and pop that hammer, pop those bubbles, get 3 down on the side of Arctic Moon, and they're going to be able to cap the zone just like that.
This cap of the zone, and that very well might spell the game, but it is going to require Radiance holding on to the zone, and they might have stepped too far forward. This situation is going to have a little bit of a window here. Splashdown comes on through. It's going to be the cap here for Arctic Moon. Just try to hold on to it for the time being, but if you're Radiance, you want to try to get the pain on the zone. Overtime's going to be forced here nonetheless. The 10 umbrella canopy is going to try to provide a little more pain support, and it is going to be the cap ultimately for Arctic Moon. Can they hold on to wear down for the next 30 penalty seconds? They might be looking pretty set up to do that. Now it's a 3-down situation on them, thanks to a double kill coming out from Tango here, getting space there at the end as well. And so the specials are going to start coming online, but they're going to be super late. The armor is already online. That immediately comes out to try to come on back in here for Radiance as they're starting to step on board. Ultra Champ comes in from Arctic Moon as well here. Can't quite seem to find it. Now Hyperbit pops one of his own, still in overtime, still ticking down. Two members down here for Radiance. Hyperbit is going to finally be able to find one, and Arctic Moon is able to hold on just barely in order to take the lead at the end, much to that Hammer user's dismay.
Wow, I mean, that's honestly one of the longest overtimes I've seen on commentary, like, in a long time. That they really pushed that into overtime, and they really had their eyes open to make sure that they saw anyone who would funnel in. I mean, we saw 2 hammers coming out at the same time. There was a lot going on there.
There was a lot. I mean, there was a lot going on pretty much the entire game, right? That was not a traditional, okay, I'm going to have my team and I'm going to charge my armor and I'm going to push forward. In a lot of, like, I'm going to charge all my specials. We're going to make a concerted effort to push forward. In a lot of cases, it was individual players. Like, sure, there were pushes, as we got later and later, there were pushes that came through with, like, the defined income or timing. But at the same time, there wasn't, like, a ton of specials, or it was just whatever you happen to get your special online, you went ahead and used it, So that led to a very chaotic game on the whole, and at the end of the day, Arctic Moon just barely is able to squeak it out in overtime. See if they can keep the momentum going here in the Clan Blitz on the Reef.
Yeah, I know that last match, I feel like that map and mode together on Macomart can happen like so fast, but that was just back and forth. So as we go into Clan Blitz for the Reef, I mean, this is a really, like, I don't know, standard Clan Blitz map, I feel like. So right away here, I really am interested to see who's going to be able to take Bridge first, because that kind of sets the tone for the game.
Perhaps a bit. I mean, there's a chance that it'll go back and forth, but, the other thing here is with those 10 umbrella canopies, you're going to be able to have a little bit more of that mobility, right? Increased around this bridge area, able to push over the bridge, and then once you get across the bridge, able to push right on into the basket with this hardware. So watch out for those kinds of pushes as we continue on forward here. Also, something worth noting here, the Forge Splatter Shot actually coming out here for Radiance as they're looking for a couple more compositions with the bubble logo.
Yeah, I do think that's interesting on the side of Resistance that there is no backline, but the other team does have a Hydra, so kind of total opposite going on here. Now, right away, there are going to be 2 down on the side of Arctic Moon. We're seeing Resistance starting to pop their specials here with the bubbles. Looks like, though, the push is kind of for naught as they weren't able to really push up as that hammer popped up on the other side.
Hammer comes up, and they're trying to continue stepping on forward. You'll notice they're trying to get positioned here. At the end of the day, they're kind of just getting chipped down, and now maybe we're going to see Hyperbit stepping on forward, is able to find the throw of the hammer onto Dark there, onto that heavy Splatling. It's going to open the window of opportunity wide open for the push to come in from Radiance. They're going to get a decent amount of plants in the basket here, already down to 44. So Tenebella now goes down for Radiance. Tango, credited with that splat, is going to continue coming on through here to find a couple more, putting the ink pressure and clearing out the rest of the map. But, that said, these members of Radiance really didn't go down. Okay, now I say that it's a 2-on situation. Okay, haha, funny, guys. Gaster's Curse, whatever. Ink Armor comes on through here, and Arctic Moon's going to maintain and try to take back some of the control of this map.
Yeah, Arctic Moon here starting to try and push up here. They have 19-21 clams, and looks like they're going to go ahead and start scoring. Some jumps, I believe, are going to get in too, so they are going to get a second clam in. There are 2 up on each side of the map here. Reshi going to pop that hammer, acting as a distraction as their teammate Sparta is able to follow up and get a few more clams in. And Reshi still up there, hiding in that tent shield, is going to be called out by Crops here. And it looks like the basket is going to close, but for what it was, I think that was a really good push to get the scores a lot closer.
Was, generally speaking, I think obviously you probably would have liked to have a couple more clams at your disposal in order before making that push, but all things considered, given the opportunity that you had there, it was a very good one coming into Arctic Moon. But again, your work isn't over yet, because they're going to need to come back here in this game even still, and now going another 2 down is probably going to swing map control back in favor of Radiance here. And again, we're only at the halfway mark of this game. Feels like so much keeps happening on multiple fronts of this map. Both these teams just being in each other's faces for the entirety of this match. We'll see who comes out on top this time.
Yeah, looks like we're seeing Reshi popping this hammer in the other side street. Is going to be called out, though, by Resistance. And Resistance here is going to go ahead and take the bridge and start pushing up together. They do have their squeezer down, though, so... and right as I'm saying that, their tent goes down as well. So they're going to be pushed back here as Space is trying to hold on to this clan, but Sparta pushing up, going to take him down. And there's only one up, and it's that squeezer that's coming from spawn up on the side of Resistance. So Arctic Moon here trying to get in a position where they can start pushing.
Look at this swing in the map, though, and as you mentioned that, they were in very good position, but they really didn't have the clam economy until just a second ago. The one power clam goes in the basket, but at this point, it's too late. No one else is there to continue supporting things. Now, as I mentioned that, though, Reshi is around, is just going to get deleted with a ton umbrella coming in from Hyperbit's been playing this weapon so cleanly so far. And is going to provide a little bit more utility for the team to come on back into their opponent's basket. Down to 31 for Arctic Moon, but we're going to see another push coming in here for Radiance. We'll see how much further they can get this one down as Power Clam goes in. Slatic is going to go down here as well. And now at the 2-down situation, though, they don't have a lot of map control. Try to come up from the side is Hyperbit, but it's going to go down all the same. One more Power Clam is on the map, but it's not going to be able to push forward as that's complete control of the map around this barrier on over to Arctic Moon. And now it's Radiance once more that needs to try the map control, needs to find the clams, needs to find the push to take the game.
Yeah, we're seeing Arctic Moon here popping all their specials, the hammer, the armor, this Booyah Bomb, and they're going to go ahead and score. They're going to keep throwing clams in the basket, and right as I'm saying that, boom, they take it all the way down to 0 and win that match.
Well, that happened in an instant.
Yeah, it did.
Here I was trying to set up, okay, Radiance, you got one more, you got maybe a chance to come on back, take back control of the map, take back control of the clams, and get a push going, because, if they all step forward at once, they have a deep pushing tactic there, but at the same time, I say that, and Arctic Moon's just you know what? No. We're not going to let you have another chance. We're just gonna take this for ourselves. So they go up 2-0 in the set here, and they're now on set point. Perhaps even looking ahead to finals here. The other thing that I kind of want to note about that last game is it seems like overall, given the compositional difference that was coming in here as well, it was kind of interesting to kind of look at that, because given that little bit of extra range, I think that Arctic Moon had, they were able to play a little bit more defensively, and especially on something like the Reef, you can take a lot of control from safe distances with a little bit more range. And so if you are lacking in that in some departments, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for you to find picks necessary in order to make those windows of opportunity open for a push to come on in.
Yeah, there's always times where, sometimes if you take away the backliner, it really helps with the aggression that's added on, but sometimes it can almost crumble because that backliner is really good at what they do. They know how to work around their teammates and help them out. And I think that's kind of what we saw there. And they just knew how to work behind their teammates, help them out at the right times, and really, do what Hydras do. Absolutely.
And we'll see what exactly they opt to go for here, because now as we look to Rainmaker on Stapper Canal, that Hydra is something that, is a little less mobile on the whole, right? And so when you're looking on something like Rainmaker, a mode where you're going to be forced to move around the map in a lot of cases, you're probably going to have to sacrifice that oppressive range of the Hydra for something that can just be a little bit more mobile. Most likely going to opt for something like a heavy Splatling if I had to take a guess. Seeing as how that's the closest to a Hydra that can get you a little bit more ability. But we'll have to see what comes on through here. Already loading into the game. And it's already set point here for Arctic Moon. They go up 2-0 on Resistance. They're looking to take the set here.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to see the comps come out here, and this time Dark opting for that Squelcher with the Stingray, so that is very much a weapon that's in the meta right now, and I like that they picked it for the Rainmaker in particular, because that mobility of the Squelcher, the Stingray is really going to help out for pushes.
It's a Stingray main weapon. I mean, you see it already coming on. It's literally not even 15 seconds into the game, and this weapon already has a Stingray. Anyway, it is going to be a 3-down situation here, but Hyperbid's going to be able to delay things with getting a couple of crucial splats here, so he's going to delay things for a time being, but now Reshi, actually, wait a minute, I think that was a Splat Bomb coming on in. He's going to continue delaying things here, and so perhaps not as high of a scoring push as Arctic Moon might have been hoping for. Reshi still popping off, by the way, in this Telepro, like it's 2 with the hammer. It is now just being, look at this, being such a nuisance. Splatech has the Rainmaker, and Tango's trying to come on around to collapse here. Meanwhile, Reshi is being kept occupied. Now is finally going to go down to give it a little bit more breathing room on over to Resistance. But now a Booyah Bomb gets thrown right towards that Rainmaker, and it still gets reset.
Yeah, it still gets reset. We're seeing Props here trying to paint up ahead of the Rainmaker, try and call out probably to their teammates where they see someone over here in the hills. And they are going to go ahead and take the Rainmaker on the side of Resistance. And it looks like they're trying to start pushing it left. But there's that Stingray that we were talking about. Dark going to pop that Stingray. And Sparta going to follow up with that, help get the Rainmaker. Now both side has 2 down, 2v2 situation here. So it looks like the Rainmaker really hasn't been able to move much.
Not much at all. It's always stayed on this side of the map since the very beginning of the game, and now Reshi going to continue providing a little bit more of that paint output, stepping on forward, grabbing one onto Crops here, and now to try to paint up this street area with the Tenebrola Canopy as well. 2-down situation. That Tenebrola Canopy is going to come on through, but the Splat Bomb at the back is going to be what takes out the Rainmaker, and again, stalling this push out from Arctic Moon. They're not able to get as many points on the board, and it's so far keeping Resistance alive in this game. We'll see if they can get it on this push, though, or if they can keep finding these crucial picks to try to stall things out for a little while longer. It's just not everything fully has clicked so far for Arctic Moon, and now Dark is kind of caught up, weird spot, is able to find the pick on the Hyperbid with that Rainmaker shot. Okay, whatever, just fire one off to the side and grab that one. Why don't you? And now, again, trying to just come around here without the paint support of the team is going to go down nonetheless. I guess it looks like they're going for perhaps a little bit more of a stally technique, but I don't know how comfortable I feel with that, especially given you've only got it down to 50.
Yeah, the scores are very close here. I mean, this could easily turn in the other direction just like that. Just for Rainmaker, that could easily happen. So the Rainmaker is in a really awkward spot right here, as we're seeing these bubbles pop out from Crops here. Lots of trades coming out here. Pretty even playing field. And the Rainmaker has reset, so it's back in mid here. The Rainmaker is going to go ahead and pop. And right now, we just need either team to get some specials online so they can start getting a push in.
Yeah, you notice that neither team really has a ton of map control, right? Neither team is really forcing their advantage. Now the Ink Armor's going to go on through, met with one the other direction here as Tango is trying to tango with some of the members of Resistance, but again, I mean, neither one of these teams really finding the map control, neither one of these teams finding the complete white dump under their opponents, and looks like it might be swinging on over to Arctic Moon once more. Ink Armor's going to call at it, and actually now it's a 3-down situation, but once again, Crops on the back is going to be able to take out the Rainmaker when it matters most, keeping Resistance, again, still alive in this series. We haven't even come close to the pedestal yet, and there's still plenty of time to get this down to 54 if the cards are played correctly, and we're starting to see that come on through with the bubble low and the 10 umbrella canopy coming on, and that is going to be the lead. 45 is going to be the mark that's going to get pushed to here, and now I think it's going to come back over to Arctic Moon to try to make the push happen, and they're going to need to make sure that they play all their cards correctly.
Yeah, as we go into the last minute here, Arctic Moon knows that they need to play this right if they want to try and get the lead back. But I mean, 2 just went down on the side of Arctic Moon here. Dark, knowing that they need to back up, they're going to have to get that Stingray out just as it is popping out here, trying to help their teammates to get some picks. But Arctic Moon really doesn't have any map control to really kind of work around and have their teammates swim around. It looks like they're going to try and grab the Rainmaker. Tango trying to grab the Rainmaker there just for something. But I think they just really need to like regroup and paint the map and get their specials ready so that way they can try and get a solid last push in.
I feel like that might have been an oopsie and a little bit of misplay because now this Rainmaker is in a little bit even of a harder spot than I think it was a second ago. 21 seconds as Arctic Moon's trying to push some of these members of Resistance out of this area of the map, and now it's a 2-on situation. They have all the specials ready, trying to step on board. Here's a hammer and Booyah Bomb, but they get taken out almost immediately, and the Rainmaker is taken down as well. 9 seconds left to go here for the rest of the 2 members of Arctic Moon to try to pop this Rainmaker and try to get something working, but here comes Crops. We've seen this play coming in the back line before, and the Rainmaker is just going to get picked off here momentarily. You have to imagine Crops trying to swim around, try to find the fall-off damage here onto this Rainmaker that's trying to get escorted around by some of the members of Arctic Moon. 1 down on either side, and Crops finds the crucial splat, keeping Resistance alive in the series.
Wow, I think Crops was just doing some crazy things with the squeezer. I mean, there was that time when they just got a quad and their entire team wasn't even there, and they got a quad on Arctic Moon. So, I mean, and then there at the end, they were able to stop the Rainmaker. That was really great from them, and they were able to stop that.
15 splats and assists.
Yeah.
I mean, but here's the thing, right? And this is like the story of that game is pretty much Arctic Moon had so many opportunities to actually get a push going, or what they thought were so many opportunities to get a push going. But actually what ended up happening was so many of the members of Resistance were able to target and single out the Rainmaker, getting those crucial splats, placing the splat bomb perfectly in a spot where it was really hard to dodge, or, you know, perhaps just being able to find the damage thanks to, you know, a little bit of extra range, perhaps from the squeezer, thanks to Crops or something like that, able to stall out the Rainmaker, you know, to make sure that the push didn't actually go back the other direction. And that's ultimately, I think, what nets Resistance the game, because again, it was only down to 54. I think it was a little bit of a misplay, honestly, from Arctic Moon to try to play the stall game. I generally like that tactic here on Snapper Canal, but, you know, when you only have it down to 54, that's not something I'm personally comfortable with. I don't know about any of you, and we saw the reason why you shouldn't be comfortable with the push down to 54. So props to Resistance for keeping their heads into it.
I know that was, I mean, usually I feel like, you know, once one team gets a huge lead in, it's kind of, you know, that can be game. But I mean, it was so close throughout that entire set. I mean, it was within, you know, 20, 30 points. So I like that Resistance they had patience. They were able to just wait and get one really good push in, and that really helped solidify the lead for them. And then at the end too, they didn't, you know, Crops was right there, not panicking, able to stop the Rainmaker very confidently.
Absolutely, and so much to talk about in that game, but now we have to look ahead to the next one. Tower control on Inkling Art Academy. We know this would be something that can snowball out of control, but based on what I've seen so far, neither one of these teams is going to have a good opportunity to actually snowball things out of control. You see Dart going on back to the Hydra Splatling once more. Reshi actually switching off of the Tentbrella for the Sorella to provide a little more paint control when it matters most.
Yeah, definitely interesting picks here as we see armor pop immediately for Arctic Moon. Though the person who did pop the armor does go down here, and now we're seeing, you know, kind of what we've seen from both teams, trades happening back and forth here. The tower is going to get a few points on the board, but not a lot. And right now there are going to be 2 down on the side of Resistance here already as Reshi starts to push in with Tango back into mid. So now the points are going the other way here as Arctic Moon got 2 down from Resistance. We're seeing Reshi pop this bomb rush in this plat here, and looks like we're going through the first checkpoint.
And the entire flat's already pink. Although meanwhile, though, if we look at Tower, there is going to be the Kansas Slot Machine player there for Resistance that's able to shut things down. So even though it was a clear the first checkpoint, it wasn't much more than that, which is good news right now for the side of Resistance. And now again, the other Plat's green. They're going to try to step on forward here, and now they're going to use their special to continue pushing on forward as bubbles come on through as well, forcing some of these members of Arctic Moon away even more. And this tower down to 61 already here. Space trying to step on forward, trying to find a couple more picks for the fall-off damage. And now down to the second checkpoint. No step forward. Coming in from the other side, the Umbrella is going to have that splat bomb launcher to come on through here, but I don't know what damage it's really going to do. Sparta gets taken down, and Dark is one of the last lines of defense. Looks like the Booyah Bomb finally coming in. It's going to be pushed shut down. Final one goes down with that jump. And so down to 33 is the push coming for Resistance. Actually very well played from them there.
Yeah, that was a really good push and I feel like for this map and mode in particular, I think that was a really great push. Because now Arctic Moon is going to have to group up together and figure out a way to come back and get the lead on their side. So looks like they're going to start trying to do that, popping armor, popping this bomb rush, getting 2 down on Resistance here. And now Reshi going to go ahead and being aggressive up in the front, but Crops is going to go ahead and call him out just like that. Now there are still points being put on the board by Arctic Moon, so they're just really doing, just juggling the tower as they try and keep pushing it, but they are going to be taken down.
Hyperbit just goes ahead and finds like 2 or 3 there, shutting down that push almost single-handedly for Arctic Moon. And now it's, again, caught off guard here, and now that's going to be this tower resetting back to neutral at the halfway point in this game. Arctic Moon has to be able to find all of the pieces to the puzzle together, and I think at the end of the day, they're kind of seem to be a little bit playing slower, and they don't know how to respond to some of the stuff that's coming out of Resistance. I mean, when Resistance is making a definitive push, whether that be into the tower or otherwise, they're doing it very decisively, and I think it's something that I'm not seeing a ton of out of Arctic Moon so far. You'll notice here Tango, again, doesn't really know what to do, getting pressure from the 10 Umbrella, but it almost doesn't even matter, as now it's a 3-9 situation. It's the lead on back over to Arctic Moon, and maybe I need to bite my tongue here a little bit. Hyperbit is going to try to push on forward here with this 10 Umbrella, but kind of caught off guard here. It's taken down as well. Is Space down to 4, and it's going to be Arctic Moon maybe taking this game. Couple members stepped on tower. It's a ink bounce on the tower, but no, you fall off the tower and you give away the set.
It's always just, that one, there's that one jump in, and then, if you get off the tower for just a second, that exact thing what we just saw can happen.
Oh, that's gotta feel so bad too. I don't know if that was like an ink armor, like, you get shoved off the tower, because I mean there was a lot going on there a second ago. But that's gotta feel so bad. That's like, man, I just stepped off the tower and someone else came in and they only needed 1 point and they got the 1 point.
Yeah.
That feels so bad.
And, since, that was game 4, so Arctic Moon is going to win the set 3-1 over Resistance. So that was really the set that Arctic Moon needed to close out the set.
Yeah, so props to Arctic Moon. They're heading on forward, and so perhaps, a little bit of that slower playstyle is going to benefit them in the long run. So, good stuff from them there as well as they move on ahead in this bracket. I'll have to see exactly what's coming out of the other set between Krakens and Mictlan Heroes. Looks like that set is still in the process of finishing up, so might have a little bit of time. Currently sits at 2-1 as per the last update here on the Battle 5 bracket, and actually in favor of Mictlan Heroes. And so the Swiss steeding is just going completely out the window. Right, I don't know what's up with this. Arctic Moon getting wins over Nectar and Resistance, coming in at 6 after the Swiss stage. So they're sitting pretty comfortably. Props to them for coming on forward, getting a second chance in the knockout stage.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, and Arctic Moon getting this far too. This is great that they're able to get this far, because I know both of these teams have been working really hard in tournaments that I've seen recently.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it feels like I almost pull up a bracket. I'm like, oh, yep, all right, there's Arctic Moon. It's a North American weekly, and it's, yep, there they are.
Exactly.
It's like, they've been one of the consistent teams that you will almost always see enter tournaments like this, and we're glad to have them here. It's fun to watch, a team as consistent and as persistent as them going on back for tournament after tournament and watching them grow over time, seeing who they can take down next. And Of course, we're all doing it for the grind, right? That's why we're all here. We all enjoy being a part of this, and we're glad to have them along for the ride as well.
Absolutely. So now that means, too, as I'm looking at the bracket, Resistance will be going on to play in the third place match as we wait for the winner of Krakens versus Mictlan Heroes. So whoever loses that matchup will be going to play in the third place match with Resistance, and then whoever wins that will be moving on, that we'll get to see playing Arctic Moon.
Yeah, so Persistence still has, another opportunity to come on through here. Sorry, I said Persistence. I meant Resistance. I know I was saying Radiance earlier. I don't know where that came from. But, it happens. Remember when I said I was tired? Please don't hold it against me, chat. But that's that. So we'll see what Resistance can do there in that third place match. While we have a little bit of time, thank you all for joining us here tonight at Inkling Performance Labs. Of course, you're watching Testing Grounds 3. My name is Kip, and I'm joined by Arissa. And you can keep tabs on IPL at IPL Splatoon on Twitter. I believe it's IP Labs. I want to say it's iplabs.inc is their website. I don't really know for sure. I should have it memorized, and I don't have it memorized. I'm sorry, guys. It's linked somewhere in the below the stream or whatever that you can go find their website. But you might be interested in a couple of the other tournaments that they have coming up. Most notably, perhaps Low Ink. Low Ink October is coming up here on October 24th at 1 p.m. Eastern. It's one of the best places for newer and lower level teams to get experience against other teams of a similar skill level. You can check out the IPL Discord server for more info on that signing up as well. So be sure to stay on the lookout for all things coming forward for IPL. I know they tend to put a lot of work into their Low Ink events. So, and they'll also be streaming it. So showing up for that as well on the 24th and 25th. Because just like we were talking about, Arctic Moon growing, it's a lot of fun also to watch, a lot of these Low Ink teams grow over time.
Oh my gosh, yes. It's so fun. I enjoy it a lot.
I mean, I can't name all of the teams that have come from the Low Ink series and gone on to bigger and better things because I just can't. There's a lot of them.
Yeah.
Let's be real with ourselves. There's just a lot of them. Yeah. So enough on that though, as I believe our grand set is decided. Krakens is the team that made it. They were able to get the 3-2 victory after going down 1-2. And so they're going up here against Arctic Moon. Of course, Krakens, we saw a little bit earlier in the day. It's this pickup of Australia, New Zealand, or Oceania, or whatever you want to call that collective group of the world down under. Those folks are back playing. I think we determined it was their afternoon. And excited to see what they bring to the table here.
Yeah, I glanced on the stream and I saw them playing just a little bit, but I'm excited to see what weapons they're going to be coming out with. I'm sure we're going to see, Shockwave on the Nautilus, as he tends to do. But the rest of them, I'm excited to see what they're going to bring to the table. And playing against Arctic Moon here in the last set is going to be really exciting because Arctic Moon, as we were talking about, has, been very consistent with tournaments. And they're getting this far in this tournament in particular is really cool to see.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, 100%. There are a lot of teams, given the fact that, we've had a couple of upsets here in the knockout stage, there are a lot of teams that are, very close in this tournament. So you might be okay, well, they're not, any, they're not any FT wins or sayonaras here. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, there are a lot of teams that are rather close in skill level, and they're all vying to be the next team to kind of break through and make their name known. And this is one of the ways you can do it is, start by winning tournaments that have a bunch of teams around your own skill level to try to set yourself apart from some of the rest, because that'll be a mark on your resume that other teams don't have.
Yeah, absolutely. That can be that. I feel like teams, they can have that one deciding factor tournament that just really helps them shine and show that they can hang out at the top level of the game. And as we go into this first match here, we're going to be seeing both of these teams playing on Clam Blitz Piranha Pit. So as both of the teams come out here, right away we're seeing a double Nautilus, double heavy, or Splatling, Splatling coming out on the side of Krakens, and then on the side of Arctic Moon, we're seeing that Jet Squelcher come back, and I like that we're seeing the Tent come back because I love Tent on this map.
I mean, Tent Umbrella is just one of those things where, like, it's a straight shot pretty much anywhere to get into the basket, right? With such a long area to cover, and that Tent Umbrella can do a number in terms of getting your team in there and protecting them, giving them cover, but already, again, diving forward, and Arctic Moon trying to come on through here with a push when they might not necessarily have all of their bases covered. Now is able to find the rest of the members down. It's a 2-down situation for them, but now gets taken down themselves, and only one power clam and 3 extras going in for them. Only down to 71. Not as strong as perhaps you'd like to see from them, and it's going to allow map control to go back in favor of the Krakens.
Yeah, it looks like Arctic Moon was starting to try and push. Almost had a clam, but not quite. And you know, now it's coming back the other way as Kraken starts trying to push up. Both teams have pretty equal clam counts right now, so it's kind of a lot of push back and forth that we're seeing right away. We're seeing a lot of specials come out here, and now there are 3 down on the side of Kraken. It's a wipe on the side of Kraken, so Arctic Moon, good job by playing defensively, coming back, using specials at the right time, and now it looks like they're going to start trying to push up here, but they're going to have to be very careful about that. They don't want to get called out.
What is even going on right now? There was so much got transpired, and I think in large part it was because, like, Arctic Moon was just so split up on different areas of the map, which in some cases is good to try to cover as much of the map as possible, to try to collect as many clams as possible, and they were able to get one push in to get maybe a couple of clams down, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really net them a ton, and they're going to give map control back on over to the Krakens here, who, again, still haven't made a push, but they're going to be looking to do so here. And the interesting thing about this composition is that there's not many, like, gap openers right now for the Krakens. When you look at their specials, there isn't really something that'll, like, definitively get their foot in the door, but it looks like they don't even need that. It's a 2-down situation for them, but they are going to have at least some clams come on through. Maybe some jumps here, but actually no. It's just going to get shut down by Arctic Moon. Very low-scoring numbers so far in this match.
Yeah, definitely low scoring. I know they're like neither team feels like they're very like super collective. It's just kind of all over the place. And you know, map control has been kind of equally, as we see the map is pretty painted on both sides. So, but Arctic Moon's gonna go ahead and score another clam in, though it's just Twig up on as they go ahead and score that one clam in. So Tango or Twig is gonna get called out there, and it's a lot more of this kind of just, you know, not super collected on either side, a lot of back and forth happening, and map control is really on both sides.
2 minutes left to go here, and the Krakens are looking, trying to make some jumps in. Power Clam comes on. They're looking for a second. Shockwave steps on forward to find a couple more clams as well, but a 3-down situation for the Krakens. They only need a couple more in, but they're going to get denied at this mark. But it still feels like there's got to be plenty of time left to go here, unless somehow miraculously Arctic Moon can come together with a push that, you know, really gets them far. But you'll notice already the Kraken's trying to prevent that from happening. They're trying to get as much paint control around this barrier as they possibly can. And now Shockwave goes down here. It's a 2-down situation for Arctic Moon, as they are going to be able to find those power claims in the basket. Now make it a 3-down situation as Spara goes down. The last one alive is this Tent Umbrella. It's going to be able to throw in a couple more clams. It's going to be a little bit more of a nuisance on this side. But Reshi is just trying to stall things out, trying to provide a little bit more time for the jumps to come in, but is going to be forced to jump out themselves. And so a push down to 17. Very good here for Arctic Moon. We'll see if they can hold on to it.
Yeah, I love that Reshi was a distraction and then jumped out. But as this is happening, there are 3 specials online for Kraken. So, you know, if they can get enough clams here, this might be a very strong push for them. As we see specials coming out from both sides. Now, there are 3 down on the side of Krakens, though, as they started trying to push. And, you know, Arctic Moon still has 4 people up. They have 20 clams, while Krakens has 0. So Arctic Moon is really, really in a good position here at the last 30 seconds of the match.
That's the match. There are 2 power claims. That's all you needed was those 2 power claims, and they just go ahead to take it. So once more, you know, the push was trying to come in here for the Krakens, and they just weren't able to find it. I think in large part, perhaps a little bit of like misplaced or misused specials. Because I think, like, you know, Booyah Bombs obviously came in. Like, you saw that they threw everything they had, but it still wasn't even enough, in large part because of that Stingray that was sitting on the back and way down there and useless, nearly untouchable down there, but is able to just shoot through the entire map and laser down some of these members before they even think about hitting the basket. And so props to Arctic Moon for having the defensive strategy in place to deal with that. They go up in the set as we head now to Rainmaker Blackbelly Skate Park. Oh boy, I love me some good Rainmaker Blackbelly. It's a classic.
Don't we all? It's a classic. I'm really okay. So I'm interested what Dark is gonna pick, if they're gonna pick that Hydra or they're gonna pick the Jet Squelcher.
No way it's the Hydra, right?
I was gonna say I would
Hydra.
love the Squelcher to come out here, but I feel like Hydra, like people who play Hydras, they're like, they're like, no, I'm playing Hydra for this. So
Really? For this?
No, not for this, but just in general. Like they know.
Okay, all right. I'm like, I don't know. Like, so first of all, it's Rainmaker, so I think obviously having the Stingray might be a little bit more beneficial here. But outside of that, again, he commented that the Hydra is just not as flexible in a lot of cases. So, whereas that Cousin Jet Squelcher, sure, it's a 4-shot kill, and it's not really that fantastic in a lot of respects with its main weapon, but it's able to be at least a little bit of a nuisance, and it's most importantly able to be more flexible on the map. So we'll see if that's what Dark opts to come out with. Of course, Arctic Moon up 1-0 in the set. It's a best of 7, and the only set of the day is we are in only single elimination. So no bracket resets we need to worry about, no nothing. It's only a couple more games between the current state and our winners here. Indeed, Dark going to opt for the Jet Squelcher here. And pretty similar competition here with the double Splatling coming out from the Krakens.
Yeah, the comps on both teams are looking exactly the same. So as they go into this, we're going to see Dark immediately pop a Stingray, hoping to get a few picks as they pop that Stingray. Now right here, there's a fight for mid. Neither team has anyone down. So it's going to be really who can get a pick first. As we see Krakens get a pick on that, 2 on the side of actually Arctic Moon now, as Nero is going to go ahead and grab the Rainmaker. Ray leading the Rainmaker on this left side here, getting a lot of points right away on the first minute.
Yeah, but it's a 2-down situation. Nero's just trying to get as many points on the board as possible. Down to 49 is probably not exactly the push you want to see, or again, a push you're going to be comfortable with keeping here. We'll see if the Krakens like to play a little bit more defensive, but I'd like to see them try to go for a little bit more here. That's a decent way down. I mean, of course, it's about halfway to the pedestal, but at the same time, still probably not something you're going to want to rest on your laurels here, as we're only a minute into the game, right? There's still 4 more minutes game time. Reshi coming on forward for Arctic Moon. Booyah Bomb as well, going to try to support things, and now Dark is kind of getting split from the rest of the team, but no one seems to be flanking. Ray goes up in the air with the Inkjet, and is going to be not taken out, actually. Nero is just on the side there with Heavy Splatling to take care of business for the Krakens. Push is going to go in favor of the Arctic Moons, and it is going to be the lead nonetheless, though.
Yeah, they did get the lead, so now it's really going to be up to Krakens to try and group together here to push up and get the lead back on their side. It's very close right now, and as Krakens is starting to try and push, one does go down on the side of Arctic Moon. And we're seeing Shockwave pop up with that Inkjet, hoping to act as a distraction, get some picks, but doesn't quite get any of the picks that they wanted.
Spar is able to find one here, but Arctic Moon can't quite seem to clear out the rest of the members of the Krakens at the moment. It's a 3-down situation for them, a 2-down situation on the other side. Tango's the only one around this Rainmaker, though, so no jumps or no real aggression is going to come out of the Krakens as they look to try to reset their contention here. I actually don't really know that I like popping it and leaving it unattended here. Maybe there's someone else there. Tango going down here into the splashdown, and we do see the Tenebrella trying to clear things out here. Is just going to go ahead and get taken down there by Hazard. Hazard tries to make it to the Rainmaker. A mad dash for the Rainmaker, but it gets reset nonetheless. Halfway point in this game, and I don't even know what to think. Shockwave's about to get collapsed around by 4 members. I don't know, whatever. Again, these teams are always finding ways to just be in weird spots, and it's just throwing the state of the game in complete and utter disarray.
I know, it's a lot like that first match that we saw between both of these teams. It's, it's not, normal. As Krakens is pushing up the Rainmaker.
maybe it says
Normal,
normalcy, but they had absolutely no map control. They're going to be able to find the next pop here, and Shockwave's going to be able to find one, but it's a 3-down situation. Shockwave's the last one alive, and Rainmaker's going to go down here nonetheless, not able to find it on that push. Reshi gets the Ultra Stamp throw onto that member, but now Nero trying to step on forward, but the paint control is at least there to be maintained for Arctic Moon, who's not going to let this Rainmaker get picked up. Now we're going to see one more stepping on forward. Hazard with the Rainmaker is going to go down almost immediately as well, not going to get any more points on board. Shockwave is around, and once again, almost had a little bit of, a heart attack there, but now we're able to take a breath of relief, and now Arctic Moon going to look to push this forward, but we have to be careful of Nero, who's just going to be able to laser down this Rainmaker as well, and again, this game is still so close as we head into the last minute.
Yeah, now there's a complete wipe on the side of Krakens, so Arctic Moon, you can see them this swing. They want to grab the Rainmaker and push it up and just put as many points on the board as they can, because they know it's going to be that much more difficult for Krakens to be able to get the Rainmaker. So, they're just continuing to get team wipes on Krakens, and they're going to go ahead and pop the Rainmaker, probably try and grab it here and just almost try and dunk it, because, you know what, why not?
He is going to get taken down, though, by Hazard on that K-Pro. Reshi's trying to get some more work done here on the Ultra Stamp. Splash down up the air is going to get taken down by Hazard as well here, who's just trying to continue taking care of business. Reshi goes down at the Rainmaker with the Ultra Stamp, and now it's a 3-down situation. But look at how much work is cut out for the other side right now of the Krakens. They have to get it all the way down to 4, a near knockout. We'll see if they can do it here. Shockwave moves on forward with the Inkjet, trying to find a couple more picks, but the Ink Armor's going to come on back out in response from the other side. The Rainmaker's going to go down here nonetheless. There's not very much map control in the favor of the Krakens on this green side. 2-down situation for them right now, and Shockwave is trying to focus down this Rainmaker, but it's not going to be enough damage on the shield. It's going to get picked up by Arctic Moon, and they're going to back away, trying to win themselves the game. Nero goes down. Squidbag comes out as far, but no! Now goes down themselves. I don't think it matters, actually. The jump's going to come on in from Ray here. And right now, Arctic Moon's just trying to hold on to this shield. The damage actually come on through from the other side. The Kraken's going to look to pick this up here momentarily, but Nero's going to go down here nonetheless. Rainmaker can get picked up. We're in overtime, 3-down situation. That's got to be the game, right? That's got to be the game, right? Yeah, okay.
Oh my gosh, you know what? At the end there, I love that Arctic Moon, it was overtime, but they let Krakens grab it because they were just, they had a wall set up with themselves. They knew that, okay, Krakens is going to grab it, but we know that we've got this. We've got the defense in place, and we can just end this. And that's exactly what they did.
And I think that's one of the things, like, with their weapons, right? Given the fact that they have that 10 umbrella, given the fact that they have the sloshing machine, and even the Jet Squelcher wants to play a little bit more of those reserved roles, right? Wants to just put out the paint and say, no, you are not allowed to pass here, or able to find the arc shots over the walls and things like that down on the ridges, or just able to throw up the 10 umbrella and say, no, you're not allowed to walk right here. So props to Arctic Moon there for holding on. They go up 2-0 now in the set. Looking to take the tournament on the whole here. Of course, 2 more games to do so. See if they can keep up momentum as we head on to Tower Control Manta Maria. And there's no way that this can be as chaotic as the last one, right? Right? Famous last, or those famous last words.
With the way these two teams have been playing the last 2 games that we saw, I feel like it might be famous last words. But, I feel like Tower Control is a bit more, there's a path the tower has to go on it. It could be more organized, but I feel like, with the way these 2 teams have been playing, it could definitely be chaotic.
Got a feeling it's going to be, which means an emotional roller coaster for all of us here. So strap in, everyone. Make sure you are 58 centimeters or 58 inches, whatever measurement you go for your amusement park rides. We're heading to Manta Maria for Tower Control. I tried to make a joke and I wasn't actually prepared for it, so we're just going to ignore that. Heading back on to the sea. Dark going on back with that Hydra Splatling, be a little bit more of that traditional anchor, and Reshi going to opt for that Sorrel Umbrella to be a little bit more mobile around the tower.
Yeah, it seems like Dark really likes to pick the Hydra for tower control specifically. So with that type of confidence, with the Hydra here, I like that. And we're going to see Shockwave here try and get a flank in on the Arctic Moon's snipe, but it looks like... What?
Where is... That's what we call an Aussie net moment there, everybody. Shockwave finds 2 somehow, but it almost doesn't even matter because Arctic Moon's the one that got the fight in mid, and they're the ones that are going to be continuing to push the tower. Dark is putting out plenty of pressure there with that Hydra, and now, again, complete wipe actually onto the Krakens, which is going to allow this window of opportunity and for the Snowball to try to come on through for Arctic Moon. Spara goes down here, but Hazard goes down to Tango's 52, and now continuing to step on forward, continuing to be a nuisance. The Booyah Bomb is going to come on up in the air to stall for a little bit more time and allow this tower to continue pushing on forward. They've already cleared past 2 checkpoints, and they're looking to clear past the third as Tango finds a couple more, now finds a triple. And that is going to be that 3-down situation. Nera's the last one alive here for the Krakens, but the jumps are going to be allowed to be let in past the third checkpoint. They're going to need to find their last stand. The Booyah Bomb's going to try to come on this tower here momentarily. Down to 6, down to 1. That's the game!
Oh my gosh! Wow, we didn't even have a moment to blink, and they just kept getting jumps to the tower and just continued to play it out, get kills on anyone or splats on anyone that they saw, and they really played that out well.
Well then, 8 for Tango, 7 for Spara, 6 for Dark. Only I say only 3 armors, but I suppose that game only lasted like a minute, so it's actually like every 20 seconds they had an armor, which means like almost half the time they were in the game they had an ink armor on them. Which is kind of absurd when you think about it, but
yeah.
Arctic Moon on tournament point now.
Yeah, this is a best of 7 here. So if Arctic Moon wins this, they're gonna win the tournament for the night. So Krakens is really having the pressure on them as we go into this game 4. And game 4, as we're looking at it, is gonna be Splat Zones on Wahoo World.
Splat Zones, Wahoo World, and if this ain't something that Tenebrilla is gonna come in clutch here, I don't know what exactly is. The other thing I want to note here is I want to see a switch off of this Booyah Bomb special that's coming out of the Krakens right now. I don't know if they're comfortable with any other weapons, but I really think we need to start seeing a little bit more variety because sure, the Booyah Bomb can zone members away in an instant, but otherwise it's not really providing a whole much else of utility coming in for their squad, and they need to find an answer here soon, or otherwise it's GG's and tournament's over. Splat Zone's Wahoo World for Game 4 here, and of course, as I say that, Shockwave goes from the Nautilus to the Mini to provide a little bit more paint output and provide actually double 10 missiles coming out of the Krakens this time.
Yeah, so instead of opting for that double Booyah from Krakens, looks like they're opting for double missiles.
Just charges up the missiles instantaneously and fires them off. Alright, that's fine too. Shockwave is continuing to try to be a nuisance here on this zone. Neither one of these teams are really giving it over early on in this game. It looks like first control is going to go over the Krakens, but they go 2 down nonetheless, and the specials are going to come on through to cap the zone for the other side of Arctic Moon, and they might be the ones to get the first major hold, as now it's another 2-down situation for the Krakens, and they're the ones that are set up for the defense.
Yeah, this is a really good position for Arctic Moon to be in with Tango out there with the walls with the 52 and Dark back here behind Tango with the Hydra just staring down anyone from Krakens as they start coming up here. As we see Dark get that splat on Shockwave. Now 2 down on the side of Krakens here. So Ray is alone, gonna get called out, and Arctic Moon just has to paint over the zone here, and looks like they're this way to their teammates because they know that if they paint the zone and just hold this a little bit more, they can have this.
And look at how much of a nuisance this composition is. That Hydra's just able to sit back. It has double armor, so even if you try to get in range, you're probably not going to be able to actually do anything about it. And it's just like, it's being such a nuisance. And then this Tenebrilla canopy comes on forward as well. They're trying to find a way back on into the zone, this pickup, but now it's another 2-down situation, and they make it a delayed 3-down situation. The cap is still there for Arctic Moon. Hazard's trying to get as much paint on the zone as possible, but it doesn't even matter. That's going to be the game, and it's going to be Arctic Moon taking the 4-0 in Grand Finals to take Testing Grounds 3.
Yeah, that was a great show out for Arctic Moon. It showed really that the synergy that they have is something to be watching out for. Their synergy, they've been practicing a lot, and it really showed through tonight.
The other thing is, one of the things that I again was a little skeptical of earlier, but just watching them over the past couple of games is they were able to play at the pace that they wanted to play, right? Mm-hmm. with, again, especially in that Wahoo World game, right? You just had that Hydra sitting there, lasering down the rest of your opponents, and there's absolutely nothing that they can do. Then you throw in Ink Armors and a 10 Umbrella on top of that, it just becomes so much more of a hassle to deal with. And so props to them. And then, they're even able to find those ways to get back in the zone. And granted, we didn't really see that a ton because I felt like a lot of, what the Krakens there at the end had difficulty doing was finding those ways to break back in and it really had a chance to.
Yeah, it seemed like Arctic Moon really knowed how to play around each other very well. That's something that we didn't necessarily see from Krakens, I feel like, but Arctic Moon, they knew how to play around the weapons that their teammates were playing, and I feel like that really showed through for them.
Absolutely, and to be fair, it's a pickup, so say what you will, but and they obviously it's no slouch of them to get to grand finals. So even though they lost 4-0, I think at the end of the day, the matchup was just in favor of Arctic Moon. They're the ones that are able to take over in that last match. The other thing to kind of note there, so we would summarize, is sometimes we don't see a Hydra that often in competitive right now, and so perhaps for some of these players, having not played against a Hydra, you might forget it how impressive it is. You might forget it how much of a nuisance it can be from such a long range, and that's something that I guess they just weren't able to give the respect on over. And so Arctic Moon, we're going to be your champions tonight.
Yeah, GG's to everyone who played tonight, all of the teams, and good job to Arctic Moon for winning the tournament tonight, winning Testing Grounds number 3.
Absolutely. And so if you enjoyed the tournament tonight, of course, plenty more action coming away from Inkling Performance Labs. Low Ink is coming up fast. It's one of the only places, or one of the best places, for newer and lower level teams to get experience against other teams at a similar skill level. The tournament starts on Saturday, October 24th at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Check out the IPL Discord for more info on signing up. Of course, IPL has plenty more tournaments coming your way. Testing Grounds will return in another 2 Fridays, as it's a bi-weekly tournament, and Swimmer Sync is also coming up this coming Wednesday. So make sure you keep things tuned to Inkling Performance Labs for all of your Splatoon tournament needs. GG's, everyone. Was fun. Rissa, an absolute pleasure casting with you. And looking forward to do it again sometime.
Yeah, absolutely. I had a blast being here tonight, and it was a great evening to get to commentate with you, K-Bot. And it looks like that's going to be it from us. K-Bot, do you have anything else to say?
No, that'll do it from us. Thank you all so much for coming on through and tuning on into the IPL stream. We hope to catch you back next time, probably on Wednesday, for Swim or Sync 6. We'll see you then, everybody.